Good morning. Good morning. Welcome to the New York City Council Executive Budget Hearing on the Committee on Finance, joint with the Committee on Civil and Human Rights and the Committee on Parks and Recreation. At this time, please silence all electronics and do not approach the dais. Any questions or concerns, please reach a Sergeant at Arms. Thank you for your cooperation. Chairs, you may begin.
Okay. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to day 2 of the fiscal 27 executive budget hearings. I'm Councilmember Linda Lee, and today's hearings will begin with New York City Commission on Human Rights, followed by Department of Parks and Recreation. I'm pleased to be joined by my colleague, Councilmember Sandy Nurse, Chair of the Committee on Civil and Human Rights. And we've been joined today by our colleagues, Deputy Speaker Williams, Councilmember Marte, Councilmember Wong, Councilmember Hudson, and Councilmember Jay Sanchez. And am I missing anyone? No, I think that's it. So welcome, Commissioner Christine Clark and your team. And thank you all for joining us today to answer our questions. On May 12th, 2026, the administration, 2027, right? 26, sorry. I'm so confused with what year, I'm sorry. It's only day 2. Okay. The administration released the executive financial plan for fiscal 2026 to 2030 with a proposed fiscal 27 budget of $124.7 billion. The New York City Commission on Human Rights proposed fiscal 27 budget of $13.4 million represents a 0.01% of the administration's proposed fiscal 27 budget in the executive plan. This is a decrease of $900,000 or 6% from the $14.3 million originally budgeted in the FY27 preliminary plan. This decrease is a result of the administration's vacancy reductions, which decreased CCHR's budgeted headcount by 9, as well as unrestored OTPS funding. As of April 2026, CCHR's actual headcount was 29 less than their fiscal 26 budgeted headcount. In the Council's preliminary budget response, we called on the Mayor to restore and baseline $410,000 for general operating support. This funding is essential to ensure that the Commission can adequately reach New Yorkers to inform them of their rights, responsibilities, and reporting options available to them. We were disappointed to see that our request was not included in the plan. At a time when many New Yorkers feel uncertain about the state of their civil rights protections, it is more important than ever that CCHR is meaningfully supported. A reduction in the Commission's headcount raises concerns. New Yorkers would benefit greatly from quicker case processing, and maintaining and growing staff capacity is key to making that possible. We look forward to hearing from the Commission today about the impact of these budget reductions on its operations and how we can work together to better support the Commission's important work. And I would now like to turn over to my co-chair for this hearing, Councilmember Nurse, for her opening statement.
Good morning, and thank you, Chair Lee. My name is Sandy Nurse, and I'm the chair of this committee. CCHR enforces the New York City human rights law by bringing forward cases of discrimination as well as educating New Yorkers about their rights and obligations. This executive plan includes detrimental cuts to the Commission's budget. And while the administration is instituting budget cuts across agencies, the Commission faces one of the highest, 10.8% in fiscal 26 and 6% in fiscal 27. As Chair Lee said, CCHR's headcount is down, which is extremely worrying given the Commission's charter-mandated responsibilities. The Commission also faces a high vacancy rate of 22%, and at a time when there are no federal avenues for New Yorkers fighting human rights violations, it is essential that the administration restores and expands CCHR's headcount. I'm eager to hear how the admin believes we can carry out all the work required here with less resources. Additionally, as Chair Lee highlighted, the executive budget did not include the restoration of $410,000 in fiscal 27 for general operating support, which is extremely small amount given the size of the entire budget of this city. This funding is essential for the Commission's outreach and ability to educate New Yorkers on their rights and responsibilities, and I'm frankly a little concerned and disappointed that the mayor will not uphold his campaign promise to expand the Commission's budget. In addition to these issues, we will discuss the Commission's preliminary racial equity plan, which was published as part of the citywide preliminary racial equity plan in April. The racial equity plan is meant to inform the city's budget, and I think we can all agree that there is a lot of concern to see many of CCHR's budget changes go against these established goals. So I would like to thank the finance staff, committee staff, of course the chair, and my own staff in preparation for this hearing. I'm looking forward to the conversation. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Before we get started, I'd like to take a quick moment to thank the entire Council Finance Division staff for their efforts preparing for these hearings, especially Ali Stouffer, Florentine Cabor, and Caitlin O'Hagan from Council Finance for preparing today's hearing, Committee Counsel Brian Sarfo, my senior advisor Athena Say, and all the finance analysts and support staff who make it all work. And as a reminder, for this year's budget joint hearings, we will take public testimony on all agencies' executive budget on Wednesday, June 10th. Beginning at 9:30 a.m. So I will now turn it over to Committee Counsel to swear in the witnesses for their testimony.
Good morning. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth before this committee and to respond honestly to council member questions? Commissioner Clark.
I do.
And, Chief of Staff Rios Lua.
I do.
You may begin.
Hello, good morning, and thank you all. My name is Christine Clark, the Chair and Commissioner of the New York City Commission on Human Rights. Thank you to the chairs and the committees for holding this hearing on our annual budget. Since joining the Commission on Human Rights as part of the Mamdani administration, I've worked hard, supported by my talented and hardworking team, including the person I forgot to introduce, our Chief of Staff and Deputy Commissioner for External Affairs, Jose Rios Lua. Supported by the talented and hardworking team I was lucky enough to inherit, I've worked hard to show up for New Yorkers every single day and to make real the hopes and dreams of the civil rights movements, ensuring that all the rights and privileges that come with being a resident of this great city are shared equally among all. While the Department of Transportation fills potholes, we make sure that New Yorkers who use wheelchairs and service dogs are able to utilize the buses that drive over those now patched potholes. While HRA provides housing vouchers for people, we work to ensure that landlords do not turn those people away so that the promise of those vouchers are fully realized into stable, affordable tenancies. While HPD fights to create affordable housing in this city, we fight to make sure that people can keep the jobs they need to pay for that housing, and that families can actually access that housing, regardless of their race, religion, national origin, disability, pregnancy, and more. Under the leadership of Mayor Mamdani, we are working hand in hand with other agencies and community partners to make this city more affordable, more equitable, and more livable for all New Yorkers. Since I began earlier this year, the Commission on Human Rights has obtained over $1 million in restitution for victims of discrimination, almost all of whom are struggling to make ends meet in the city and to put food on the table every night. We've also obtained over $200,000 in civil penalties just since January. We've obtained almost $350,000 in damages for victims of disability discrimination in housing, while ensuring that their landlords actually build the accessible ramps and rails that they need to stay in their homes. We've obtained over $600,000 in damages for victims of employment discrimination, from race discrimination to pregnancy discrimination to sexual harassment and more. We've also reached a settlement with the MTA that applies to every single public bus in this city to ensure that people with service animals are able to ride the bus without fear of harassment or intimidation. Since I began earlier this year, we've also secured long-term affordable tenancies for 31 households who experience discrimination by landlords because of their housing vouchers. Given that the cost of housing one family in shelter for 1 year in the city costs on average $95,000 a year, by keeping these 31 families housed and out of shelter, we've saved the city nearly $3 million in averted shelter costs. We have secured another 70 set-aside apartments just this year that landlords have agreed, as part of settling an enforcement action with the Commission, to hold exclusively for rental by voucher holders. Each of those apartments and set-asides expands and preserves the stock of affordable housing in the city for the entire life of that tenancy. Another almost 1,000 apartments are currently either occupied by voucher holders or being held exclusively for such renters as part of prior settlements with the Commission. Again, had those families ended up in shelter, as happens to far too many housing voucher holders every year due to unlawful discrimination, the city would be paying over $100 million a year in shelter costs. The Commission's enforcement actions have saved the city those costs while, most importantly, ensuring stable, long-term, affordable housing for families in need. Since starting at the Commission, we have also begun systematically overhauling this agency's approach to handling complaints, from soup to nuts. We've restructured the agency to move every available resource into intake, enforcement, and training, making sure that we dedicate as many resources as we can to enforcing complaints, obtaining justice for New Yorkers, and preventing future unlawful acts. In so doing, we are streamlining our intake and enforcement process to ensure that as many complaints are resolved as quickly as possible, and ensuring that our processes remain accessible to all people, no matter what language they speak or what resources they have. We are investing in our intake team, moving more resources into that department, and front-loading much of our investigatory work there to ensure that we're able to move faster and get people the answers they're seeking from us more quickly. Similarly, we continue to invest in our spectacularly successful pre-complaint interventions team, which focuses on resolving source of income discrimination, disability access discrimination, and other forms of discrimination before litigation is started. These are some of our most successful programs, where we resolve someone's situation entirely, including getting voucher holders fully leased up, on average within 3.5 weeks after they first reach out to us. We are also looking for other ways to speed up our case investigation processes and ensure that we're able to bring compassionate, cultural, competent, and community or industry-specific expertise into our investigations process. As a result, we've moved some of our community relations experts into our enforcement division as non-attorney case specialists. This allows people with specialized talent in speaking to the public to lean into those talents in case investigations, and allows our attorneys to lean into their expertise, litigation and trials. Overall, this allows us to move cases better, communicate more frequently and more accessibly to complainants, and allows us to better meet people where they are and provide them with timely answers they're looking for. We have also finally been able to fully staff up our impact litigation team, known as our commission-initiated complaints team, allowing for more targeted strategic enforcement. We're also growing our mediations program and are in the process of hiring a new director of mediations who will lead the work of expanding and rethinking our mediations program to allow more people to receive just resolutions more quickly. Finally, we are investing in providing more targeted and accessible trainings with a specialized training team, as well as creating deeper partnerships of trust with movement and community-based organizations to allow us to engage in more strategic outreach to specific industries and communities experiencing a disproportionate amount of unlawful discrimination. In every change we've made, we've looked closely at the skills and expertise of our staff, as well as our civil service titles. We have an incredibly skilled and dedicated team here across the agency, and we do not intend to let 1 ounce of their talent go to waste. Each and every one of these moves is aimed at ensuring that we can squeeze more enforcement and more justice out of every resource we have, while providing better, more compassionate, and accessible services to New Yorkers. We are rethinking the way that we write, the way that we talk, the kinds of notices we provide, ensuring that at every step of the process, when people interface with us, they feel heard, they feel respected, and they understand what's happening to them, they know what to expect, and they feel included. Of course, not everyone will get the answers from us that they're hoping for. Many terrible things that happen to people are not illegal, as any lawyer can attest. But the number one thing that everyone is looking to government to provide is to know that they've been taken seriously, that their concerns have been looked into, and where possible, that they receive restitution that they're owed. We are overhauling this agency to ensure that everyone who comes to us gets that. We certainly could do a better job with more budget, reaching more people faster. That's just math. But we will do a substantially better job than we've done in the past with whatever we're given.
Thank you. Okay, so I'm just going to start off with a few questions. I'll go back later because there were a couple things I wanted to ask clarification on based on the testimony, but I'll start with the FY27 executive plan questions. So it includes OTPS reduction of $200,000 in fiscal 2026. And although this is a one-time reduction, Commission's overall OTPS budget is decreasing for FY27. So what are the main ways this will prevent you from fulfilling your mandates? Because I know we talked a little bit about this in the preliminary hearing, but, you know, because given everything that you just talked about in your testimony, there's clearly a lot of work that is part of your mandate as a commission. So just curious to hear your thoughts.
Obviously, we fully intend to fulfill our mandate under any circumstances. Unquestionably, with more OTPS, we could do more things that are funded by OTPS, outreach and advertising and communications and things like that. But we intend to meet our mandate in any event.
Okay, so that I totally, fully trust that you guys will do. But I guess let me rephrase the question a little bit. How is it going to sort of hinder or maybe slow down our process? Like if you had more OTPS, like what are some of the areas or buckets of things that you do that would be super helpful? You know, whether it's manpower, capacity.
So we can't spend OTPS on manpower.
I mean, not OTPS, sorry. That I knew, sorry, that's PS,
okay.
yes, sorry.
I can talk about what we do spend OTPS on. We spend OTPS on things like outreach campaigns. Obviously, we also partner with other city agencies to make use of their OTPS budgets to work together, but that's the kind of thing we spend it on. Same with things like technology, computer systems. There's a lot of stuff that we spend OTPS on, but the vast majority of our budget is PS.
Okay. Was the reduction part of the chief savings officer exercise? And if so, how was this amount determined in terms of what to?
I don't know.
Yeah, some amount of that was part of the chief savings officer. So for example, one of the things that we canceled was a contract with a consultant to consult on AI topics, which is something we're not going to be able to do in this fiscal year, but contributed to the chief savings plan.
Okay, great. And at the prelim budget hearing, you testified that the commission was still finalizing its budget request for the executive budget. So which requests did you submit to OMB and were any of them met?
We've submitted a number of requests to OMB since I started, so we're in regular communication and contact. There's been a lot of back and forth.
Okay, can you give some examples of things that you would want to prioritize?
We have been asking for help with a new case management system, very exciting topic.
Oh, that's important.
And as well as obviously more lines.
Okay. And CCHR's budget request included $10 million in personnel services funding for 100 new positions over 3 years. If allocated, do you anticipate being able to hire all roles within the anticipated timeline?
If it were allocated, yes, I think we could.
Okay. And which titles are most urgently needed?
Every title is urgently needed. No,
Yes. I hear you.
No,
Yeah.
like I've said, we've restructured the agency so that it's more nimble with any budget allocation, and so we can staff up and staff down more effectively without dramatically affecting the workings of the agency. That's been one of our goals, and I think we've been effective at it. So it would be a scaled up or down. Yeah.
Okay. And I understand that your request to OMB also include the need for new office space. Can you go into why the need for the new office space and how much and the funding would be needed for the move?
I can't answer about the funding that would be needed for the move. There's a couple things. One is just basic organizational culture. We're trying to move everyone into the same space so that we can have a better workflow and we can involve everybody more in everyone else's work. I think that'll squeeze more efficiencies out of our team. And then obviously we are right next to 26 Federal Plaza, and that makes it hard for some people to come and visit us, complainants in particular.
Yeah, very good point. And it also includes capital funding for a new case management system, which is what you mentioned. So what feature is CCHR looking to have included in a new case management system that the current system does not include?
Oh, I could take up the whole hearing. I think the most important thing is that the case management system we have now really wasn't built to be a case management system. It's just it's database, and it's extremely not user-friendly to people who are not database experts. And so we just need a more user-friendly system that makes it easier both to automate some of our communications with people, which I understand is one of people's major complaints about us, which is totally fair. People want to hear about their cases more often, which would make that easier. I think we spend our databases, it's extremely cumbersome. Like it can take 20 minutes to run a search, and that's just time we could spend doing something else.
And just, because I remember, I think I asked this question during the prelim hearing, but have there been conversations with, especially some of the more nimble, smaller agencies to be able to tap into like a pool with other smaller agencies around some of the OTPS costs, like technology and database systems and things of that nature? Have you had conversations with OMB about that, or the possibility of pooling resources together for that purpose?
Yeah, we do work with other agencies, particularly on things like comms and campaigns, which I think are important to do both from a principled standpoint, to involve as many agencies as possible to have the same voice about what this administration stands for. And so we absolutely love working with other agencies, and we do so to also make better use of everyone's OTPS budgets.
No, I think specifically for things like technology, we are in conversations with OTI,
yeah.
to see if there's capital funds available for this new system. The bulk of the price is the setting up of the new system, and then the annual licensing fee, which would fall under our OTPS budget.
Which I know that a lot of, especially with AI and technology improvements, there's been a lot of creative solutions that are less expensive that I've seen out there that have been helping government systems. So hopefully that's something they can look into. And just clarification, what's the cost of the current database for your
We'll have to
budget?
get back to you. I don't know off the top of my head.
We can get back to you on what the annual subscription is.
Okay, that'd be perfect. And then the one-time addition, intracity funding of $310,000 in fiscal '26 for gender identity rights education in partnership with the Department of Health and Mental Hygiene. How was this program developed?
So this particular program came out of legislation from this body. I think it was Intro 1200 last year that called on the Mayor's Office for Racial Equity, or Equity and Racial Justice, to do a rights and resources campaign for TGNC MBI New Yorkers. So, and we're named one of the partners for that. One of the things, as the commissioner was talking about how we work with other agencies, is that not every mayoral office or agency has like contracting capacity, so, but they have funds. So we partnered with what is now the Mayor's Office for LGBTQ Affairs and DOHMH, who had the funds in their coffers to fund this campaign, and we provided the work and the art and those pieces. So we're very excited to launch that. I'm not going to say the date, but soon, during Pride Month. This is the half of a larger campaign. So this half is just rights for trans New Yorkers, to make sure that not only trans New Yorkers themselves see a message of affirmation that trans rights are human rights, but that also employers and housing providers hear and see that it is illegal to discriminate against someone based on their gender identity or expression.
And do you anticipate continuing the program beyond fiscal year '26, hopefully?
I'm having a conversation today about that. So
Nice.
hoping to
Okay.
be able to leverage all of our sibling agencies' funds to continue the message.
Great, thank you. And I know our deputy speaker is going to have follow-up questions on that one. So, and just really quickly, for my last question is around source of income discrimination. So, you know, and I know I'm preaching to the choir, you know this, but it's when the landlord refuses to rent to someone based on their income source, particularly when it comes to government assistance, vouchers, things of that nature. So, what percentage of your total complaints filed were related to source of income discrimination?
So I'm happy to get back to you with the exact percentage, but what I can share with you all is that it is the highest form of housing discrimination that we see at the agency. And right now, actually, this last fiscal year, we're seeing a shift where employment discrimination has historically been the vast majority of our complaints, and now housing is creeping up, and they're closer than they've been in the past, which makes sense with, you know, changes at the federal landscape of where folks can report discrimination.
Okay, great. It's good to know that. And have you seen a change in the number of complaints related to source of income discrimination in FY '26 compared to '25? I think you pretty much answered that. But if you have, what do you believe are contributing factors? You just mentioned the federal government. Is there anything logistically that is challenging that? Because I know at least one of the complaints that we've heard also, at least from the smaller landlord perspective, is that sometimes the vouchers and the payments through the city take a while to go through, and so then they're left sort of not getting paid their rental income as well. And so just wanted to hear your thoughts. And also the employment requirements, there's a lot of challenges with that too, so just wanted to hear.
I think the increase in source of income cases, you know, I don't think it's bigger this fiscal year than last fiscal year in a sort of nonlinear way. I think it's been increasing over time for a number of reasons, and one of them, I think, being that people know about it more. It was a very hard, like, I remember when it was passed, it was a very hard thing to explain to people how it works and what their rights are, and landlords and brokers are very adept at making people feel like small for asking. And so I really think that there has been a huge push by all of government and like the nonprofit sector to make people know that that's a right that they have, and that has changed a lot. Brokers too, we do a lot of education with brokers, and we have like a small core of credible messengers among brokers who really push this as a legal issue. So I think there's other structural things, again, like that are going on, but one of the biggest ones I think by far is just education and letting people know.
which is good. And then we just have to make sure the back end of things keeps up with it, so, right, okay. Thank you. Okay, Chair Nurse?
Thank you, Chair. I just want to double down on your comment about the case management system, because I know, I mean, all of us do a huge volume of case management. If it took 20 minutes to do a search, I think we would all be revolting. So I think that's pretty abysmal. And I guess I'm curious, if you go to OMB and you say, hey, we have a record of long wait times, we're trying to address these cases faster, this would save us both some money because it saves time for personnel and capacity to get their work done. What does OMB say to that?
Like I said, we're in a continuing conversation, but I'm pretty confident about this one.
You're confident that
we
what
will,
do
that
you mean?
it's clearly a need that we have. You know, there's a lot of, I think, stuff on our end that we need to do to make it happen. It's not going to happen overnight, but I feel we've been in very amicable conversation about it.
Okay, that's good to know. So human rights law has expanded. It was expanded well before last year. We keep adding on more rights, which is great for a city and puts us, makes us the world-class city that we are. So how do we do all of that work now with $2 million less than you have last year? I imagine in your portfolio work, something, you gotta look at it and something's gonna have to be cut down on. So what are the specific areas that you're gonna have to compromise on with $2 million less?
I'm going to be totally honest, we don't intend to compromise on anything. We did an aggressive restructuring that I think is going to be effective. Obviously, in doing that restructuring, we have prioritized enforcement over other things, but I think that that's the appropriate priority given where we are with the Trump administration and the sort of federal rollback of civil rights. I think we have an obligation to focus on the one thing that we do that no one else does, which is providing justice for victims of discrimination, particularly those who can't afford a lawyer. We're also, honestly, I think, you know, I don't come from government, and so, you know, I don't always know how to do things, and I might be doing things a little bit differently, but part of what we're trying to do is to avoid competing with other agencies in any spaces that we can. So we're leaning heavily on our other partner agencies to do things like outreach and to do things like joint education and do things as much as we can so that we're not duplicating efforts. And so I really genuinely, we don't intend to compromise on anything.
So what I'm hearing is, and I'm drilling down not because I'm trying to be aggressive towards you, but because I want to be a partner towards you because I care about this work. So you're restructuring and you're saying we're going to cut down on outreach and communications, which is in line with what Advocate said at our prelim, that you all didn't have the capacity to carry out outreach and education campaigns, although you are saying this is one of the most effective things that we could be doing is letting New Yorkers know that this entity exists. So what agencies are you going to be working with most specifically?
So as a longtime legal services lawyer, I can say wraparound holistic services are always the most efficient way to provide services. We are leaning heavily on the Mayor's Office of Mass Engagement to be the single point of contact for services throughout the city. I do think that that's the most effective and efficient way to do it. I think for a long time this agency tried to do everything, and I don't think that that's working. I don't think it's sustainable long-term, and I don't think it's the best use of our resources. So we intend to lean on Mayor's Office of Mass Engagement, Mayor's Office of Equity and Racial Justice. We're working closely with the Mayor's Office to combat anti-Semitism and the Mayor's Office for LGBTQ rights, et cetera, to make sure that we are making the best use of our joint resources rather than us trying to duplicate what I think other agencies are very capable of doing.
Heard. And so I don't want to go too far down the rabbit hole because I have a bunch of questions, but when you're saying you're restructuring, you're focusing heavily on enforcement, what does that look like in terms of the restructuring?
Yeah, so we've grown, we've moved resources into our intake team. We have now a sort of team of non-attorney investigators to sort of do more of the pre-litigation investigations, so our lawyers can do more of the lawyering. And we have now like a specialized team of trainers that all they do is sort of compliance and know your rights and know your obligations trainings, which we intend to do with our community partnerships team to do more targeted outreach both to small businesses and to sort of community-based organizations, movement-based organizations, trying to find the places where the most civil rights violations are happening so we can do more targeted and strategic outreach.
Okay. And then for headcount, I know the chair talked a little bit about it, but what roles are you planning to reduce? And are any of the vacancies that you had currently filled or in line to be filled?
So if you're asking about the vacancy reduction lines that we're losing,
Yes.
the majority of those are attorney lines. And so, we have 13 vacancies currently, and those are a few attorney lines, but the bulk is non-attorney enforcement support. So folks into our hotline to take reports of discrimination, folks for this newly created role of civil rights case specialist who will help investigate claims of discrimination, and then a few folks throughout the agency for support.
And just a reminder, how many people are currently supporting the hotline?
There are currently 8 people, and as part of the commissioner's restructure, we're moving more folks in there. So after we hire up fully, we should have a team of 15.
Okay. Between the preliminary budget hearing and today's hearing, have you hired any new employees? I'm sorry if you just said that.
We have, yes.
Yeah, we've hired 3 new people since then.
Okay.
And then we have, I believe, 4 people pending OMB approval.
Okay, I know we've talked a lot about the attorney positions and that it's hard to recruit and retain folks. What are some of the actions that CCHR is taking to make those positions more attractive for prospective employees?
I will say that it has been in the past hard to recruit attorneys. It's not currently hard because attorneys who care about this are like fleeing the federal government and federal enforcement agencies. But it is hard to retain. That is, our salaries can make other jobs more attractive. We intend to retain those attorneys in our restructuring, we've created a more of a different specialized roles that allow lawyers as they go through the lifetime of their career with us to take on more and more responsibility and get more and more litigation training. So the things that we offer that other public interest jobs of the same salary band don't offer is a ton of trial experience, a ton of litigation experience, and that's really what we're trying to do: train people up, give them a lot of real-world experience, and try to build in some pathways to advancement for them within the agency.
So when folks get a lot of litigation experience and training, but not the salary to go along with that, don't they most likely want to leave?
Depends on the person.
Okay. That's a nice answer. One of the available civil service titles you have is for an agency attorney intern, which has a minimum salary of just over $72,000. How many budgeted versus actual agency attorney interns does the commission have?
So agency attorney intern is like a term of art for lawyers who are not yet admitted to the bar. When they get admitted to the bar, they do become agency attorney ones, is my understanding. So I don't think it's a separate.
Correct. So when you look at agency attorney intern, it's at the bottom of a progression for agents or folks. So it's basically just how many attorney lines do we have funded. And I believe we're somewhere 20,
I think about 20.
I think 20 attorneys currently. So at any point, any of those folks could be an agency attorney intern, agency attorney 1, 2, or 3.
We don't hire agency attorney interns that we don't intend to turn into agency attorneys once they pass the bar and get admitted.
And those folks actually
So
have
there's a
time
clear
limit.
pathway for full-time?
Yes.
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 They are
Okay.
full-time, actually. The
Okay.
agency attorney interns are full-time, salaried benefit employees.
Okay.
They just have 2 years to pass the bar and be admitted.
Understood.
And then they're, at that point, eligible to be an agency attorney 1.
And is the hours and average caseload comparable to other fields?
Yeah, I think it's pretty comparable. So the average attorney caseload is around 40. That's similar to legal aid legal services.
Okay, just a few more questions. Similar, talking about the attorneys, there are 4 levels of agency attorneys with minimum salaries ranging from $73,000 to just over $96,000. What type of attorneys do you need the most? And which ones impact caseload the most?
I wish there was a clean answer to this. People have differing opinions about whether it's better to hire more mid-level people or just train up the people we have, but we do definitely have a need for more experienced litigators.
Some more senior level attorneys. And you said, how does this impact caseload?
I mean, not every attorney in our team does the same thing. Some people specialize more in complex investigations or complex like impact litigation. So there are different people who have different kinds of skill sets and specialty. But you know, as a general rule, can more experienced attorneys take on more? Yes.
Okay. I'm going to talk about the racial equity plan, and then I'll turn it back over to the chair. So in April, they released the preliminary plan. The commission submitted a plan which had short, medium, and long-term goals. The first goal aims to increase community outreach in the 33 Task Force on Racial Inclusion and Equity neighborhoods by the end of 2026. How many of the neighborhoods is the commission currently conducting outreach in?
Yeah, in fiscal year 26, we've conducted outreach in nearly all of them. Happy to give you back hard data points of which neighborhoods specifically we've been reaching out. But tree neighborhoods have been a priority for this agency for the past 2 years in outreach. And so with that goal, it was really trying to concretize and communicate the work that we are already doing in those neighborhoods.
Okay, and so you'll let us know which ones you haven't targeted.
Yes.
Do you have a number, like out of the 33, you think there's like 6 left or 10 left? You've covered 2/3, 50%?
I can't give you an exact number right now, but I'm confident that we've done more than the majority of neighborhoods have had direct outreach to them. And then separately, when for those who don't have direct outreach, we have connections to CBOs who are placed in those zip codes.
Okay, so in relationship to the decrease in budget, how are you planning to continue that outreach to those remaining neighborhoods?
Yeah, I think as the commissioner mentioned, we're really trying to build relationships and pathways with offices like the Mayor's Office for Mass Engagement, the Commission on Gender Equity, all of the agencies that have specific outreach branches that can help us do this work and are close to the ground. And then separately with our new created team of community partnerships, we're focusing on having strategic partnerships with movements and organizations in those neighborhoods. And the shift here specifically is where this agency wanted to be at the micro level of outreach, we need to be at the macro level of outreach, and we need to start working with folks who have trust from the community and don't have to go over that boundary of that trust in government. So folks who are undocumented are more likely to go to a CBO that they trust, and so we need to be able to equip those CBOs with the tools and information they need to serve their community when they come in. So that's the bit of the shift in the strategy.
Okay, understood. And just in relationship to the first medium-term goal, expanding commission-initiated investigations, how many have you launched in 2026?
So our commission-initiated team is finally, very recently, fully staffed. And then we initiate, there's like commission-initiated investigations and then commission-initiated complaints and then a whole universe of things in between. We have initiated a bunch of investigations. I'm not going to say off the top of my head because I don't know the answer, but I know that we've initiated quite a number of investigations into pay transparency, pay equity issues, as well as, I'm going to forget them. I think there's only one formal complaint, but when we initiate an investigation, there's really a number of purposes. One, it could turn into a complaint which turns into litigation, but we also do it as a tool to work with community groups and organizers to help support their work and their goals. And so if we see what we think is a violation, we'll open up an investigation as part of a larger push to hold that landlord or that employer accountable. The goal is not always litigation. I mean, as any lawyer can tell you, the goal is almost never litigation. So we open up a lot of investigations, and I think it's our policy not to talk about them too much, but we've launched probably a dozen or so investigations this calendar year.
Okay.
And now that we have a fully staffed team, we will do more.
And what does a typical investigation require in terms of staff or personnel?
It totally depends on the complexity of the investigation. Some things like a huge landlord like Parkchester, where we think that there's violations happening in like every unit in their portfolio, that's going to take an enormous amount of attorney time, both for investigations and for litigation and for enforcement post-litigation. And then other cases, we're sending out requests for information. It may be only 1 or 2 lawyers. So it fully depends on the scope and the complexity. We intend to have more high-impact, complex cases that affect larger numbers of people. Now that we have a dedicated team for that, that's sort of the whole goal of that team. And again, we intend to sort of work with grassroots organizations to determine what those strategic targets should be and to make sure that we're supporting their work and meeting them where they think we should be.
Okay, understood. I think last question on attorneys for a minute. How many are currently on the enforcement team?
I think we have 20 staff attorneys now. That's like frontline attorneys, and then we have, I think, 6 supervisors and then senior management.
And what would be your, and did you say what your dream world number of attorneys would be?
I would never put an upper limit on that.
Or what did you request? What did you request for?
Over the 3 years we requested for, I don't even know. I don't want to say, because I don't know.
I think, I don't have the exact number, but I can tell you 80% of our request was for enforcement staff.
But that includes our,
Yes, that includes
Enforcement
non-attorney.
staff, non-attorney?
Correct.
Okay.
Both. So it includes attorney and non-attorney.
Okay. Well, more than 20. You asked for more than 20, right?
Correct.
Right, okay. I just have my last line of questioning before I turn back to the chair. There are some more that, based on your testimony, but I'll come back to you after we open it up. This is on CORE's feedback. I'm sure you all saw the score that CORE gave you all, 24. And for the record, that means it has limited alignment with the racial equity rubric and has goals that lack specificity or measurable outcomes for community impact. So just curious, what's the plan to improve this score? And have you started any conversations?
Yeah, we're reaching out to CORE to better understand the score. I think one of the things that's for us right now as we look at the score is there's no real rubric to measure where points are awarded, where points are taken off. And so once we have those conversations, we're happy to align those pieces. But again, those were goals that were set in place as part of the process where I think the Mayor's Office for Equity and Racial Justice and CORE both had opportunities to comment along the process. So we've been in communication with them and we're happy to continue those conversations. But as of now, we don't really understand the score.
You take question with the rubric, is what you're saying.
Just to understand it.
Okay, I'm just curious. Okay, so they had specific goals for each agency, 4 for CCHR. I won't ask about every one of them, but the first one is to collaborate with relevant departments to create training programs for students in correctional facilities, dropouts, young adults, handicapped, or mentally disabled individuals. Do you all have the resources to implement this and capacity to do it?
It's an interesting question because here's where, so I'm going to answer this from someone who used to work at the Department of Education.
Questions.
I know. We currently don't have a pedagogue on staff, right? So curriculum, we are doing everything we can, and part of the commissioner's restructuring is creating a team that is dedicated to education on civil rights. So moving folks into roles where their sole job is to think about how we educate New Yorkers, how we disseminate information. So, and as part of that work, there's capacity in there for specifically youth work. So we want to be growing all of our teams, right? But here's one of the things that I think I have been taking away from the commissioner's reorg, that there are needs and there are wants, and while wants are negotiable, needs are not, and so we have to meet the need of New Yorkers.
I will say, in terms of trainings, one need that we have that we need to do internally before we're doing things like that is to make our trainings accessible. I don't know if you've taken one of our trainings recently, but you know, an agency full of lawyers is going to lawyer, and we have to fix that. We have to be able to talk to people, and so we're doing a 360 about all of our communications. And I think for trainings, our goal is not that we are able to train everybody who needs to be trained. Our goal is to make trainings and partner with people so that those trainings can scale.
Yeah. No, I'm a huge believer in train the trainers model. I think that's right. And I, as someone who's hosted many Know Your Rights trainings by lawyers, I'm always left translating what they're saying. Okay, last one on, I had a question on the third recommendation is again to provide pathways for youth to report discrimination complaints directly. Do you have you all considered what this would look like, and do you have the capacity and resources to take that on?
We're definitely taking that one under advisement. So.
This one you agree with?
No, we're looking at it. There's
at.
like limits to, you know, minors filing complaints and stuff. So we're figuring out what we can do there and what the right approach is and what the right space is.
But we do want folks to know that anyone at any point can call and give an anonymous tip to the agency.
Also, anyone can call us, but in terms of outreach, we got to figure out what our most effective lane is, I think, there, especially for that one,
Okay.
which I think is important.
Okay, I'll turn it back over to the chair. Thank you.
Okay, so we're gonna go with a few member questions, starting with Deputy Speaker Williams.
Thank you. I have a whole bunch of questions, but the first thing I wanted to ask is I was actually reviewing then candidate Zohran Memdani's Trump-proofing New York City document. And in his document, he said that he would fund CCHR $21 million, which is like significantly lower than what you have now. So I just wanted to say that I'm like slightly disappointed by that, because I know that combating hate crimes and discrimination across the board was such a like pivotal component to his campaign. So I just want to state that, and I just want to state I feel like we went backwards because we have been fighting really hard the last couple of years, and we've had some successes with allocations throughout the last couple of years. So I don't know how we're going backwards. I do hear the restructuring piece, and I don't know, maybe sometimes you have to take a few steps back to take 1,000 steps forward. Maybe that's what you all are doing, but it does kind of feel like we have moved backward with the funding. And then just on the Mayor's Office of Mass Engagement, while I think that the intentions of that office is amazing, I'm just concerned about stability, because when another administration comes on board, like, what if they don't have an Office of Mass Engagement? And then is that gonna send CCHR scrambling again in terms of your engagement? So I don't know if you have thought about like what sustainability looks like if you are relying more heavily on the Mayor's Office of Mass Engagement for outreach.
I will say, in this like world of politics moving very fast, we think about sustainability of what we're doing all the time. It's one thing to change things when I'm in charge, and another thing if another administration comes in with different ideas. I think our agency is easily weaponized. So we do think about sustainability with what we're doing all the time, and trying to make sure that we're not breaking something that works for us now and won't work in the future. So yes, we absolutely do think about that.
Okay. So I just wanted to turn back to some of the questions on the racial equity plan. I know the chair asked a few of the questions. So one of the medium goals is to ensure current staff salaries meet New York City's true cost of living thresholds by the end of 2028. The true cost of living that was released alongside the prelim racial equity plan states that the threshold for a single person with no dependents is $70,000 roughly. What percentage of staff currently meet this threshold?
Again, happy to get back to you with the exact percentage, but I think the majority of our staff is over 70K. The thing that makes the threshold itself very difficult to calculate on a staff-by-staff level is because it includes the household income. And so we don't know how many of our staff are married or have different variables. So what we want to do is focus on the salary, and we have very few staff who are on the lower end of that. So, and we've been working since drafting that goal to move the staff at the lowest end of salary up.
And I know there was some discussion on attorneys, and I know in previous hearings we've always discussed the attorney titles within CCHR, which sadly are a bit lower than the law department. So I just want to know if there has been any discussions around applying the similar law department titles to CCHR staff with OMB.
We have had conversations about what other titles could be available to us, and so we're hopeful that we can have more titles in our pocket, I guess.
Okay. One of the strategies for this goal is to create a hiring committee to assess current hiring practices and operations. Who would be a part of this team, and would it be existing employees or specific staff for this purpose?
We already have a hiring committee, but we're also hiring a new director of mediations and EEO who will be leading that work along with all of our internal EEO work. So but it'll include like our deputy commissioner of enforcement and our director of operation, our deputy commissioner of operations, and probably Jose. So it's gonna include people from all the verticals in our team to make sure that we're doing a good job of applying our own principles to our hiring process.
Jose can't do all of the things, even though I know he tries. That said, are current staffers going to be compensated for the extra work, or is just going to be like something else added to their portfolio?
The Director of Mediations and EEO, that's fully within the job description for their job.
Okay.
And then for folks who participate, their workload is adjusted to accommodate for it. So it's not, what you've
Additional.
done. Yeah.
Okay, one of your long-term goals is to improve accessibility at each of CCHR's 5 borough offices by the end of 2034, which will include the development of a rubric to gauge accessibility. How will the rubric be developed, and who will be included in forming the rubric? And has CCHR begun to develop the rubric, and what is the deadline for the rubric to be created?
So as part of our Chief Savings Officer plan, and as well as part of our restructuring, we are trying to centralize more people in the same office. Our borough offices haven't been open to the public really on any kind of walk-in basis for a long time. And so we're trying to we're trying to come to people more often. We do mobile intake, we do intake at community groups and things like that. So we're trying to make sure that the offices that we do have open to the public are accessible, and we are working on that, but I don't think it's our plan to have people coming to our 5 borough offices.
And I will just want to put a plug in as, the agency who enforces disability discrimination. We have a great team called Project Equal Access who's super versed in building accessibility. And so we're very excited and lucky to be able to tap in their expertise to help us accomplish this goal.
Okay, just something with CORE, and I know we've had this discussion before about increasing public availability of disaggregated data. So of the data that CCHR collects and reports on, how much and what is currently disaggregated, and what steps will you take to ensure that all data is disaggregated?
So that is also communicating part of the need for a new case management system so that we can better run data reports. Right now, our limit to how we disaggregate information is based on either area of jurisdiction or protected category. And so we have no automated way right now to drill down into specifics of particular protected categories. And we're hoping that with a new designed system, we will have that capacity to be able to quickly drill down to our data so that we can say, so when you say, Jose, I'm making this number up, I see that 40% of your work is in gender discrimination. How does that actually translate? How much of it is discrimination against trans New Yorkers? How much of it is discrimination against women? It's so difficult to pull that data right now because it's manual. And so with the new system, we're hoping to be able to build into it places where we can pull that type of data.
We're also very careful about what data we collect because we're the government and we don't have attorney-client privilege with the people who come to us, so we try to be extremely careful about what data we collect and when we need to collect it and when we don't.
Yeah.
And then just like a follow-up question to some of the first round of questions that I had about the restructuring of CCHR's engagement, which I do appreciate that approach. Because as you know, I've had tons of questions about like CCHR's engagement, and I know you have like a whole entire unit dedicated to community engagement. What type of like regular cadence of meetings and collaborations with other agencies do you plan to do? Like I know, for instance, with DCWP, I remember having a lot of conversations about that inter-partnership, and I know that exists already. But as you think to build, I guess, similar partnerships with other agencies, what does that cadence look like?
Yeah, we absolutely want to build a relationship where we have regular standing meetings, whether that be monthly, quarterly, every other month. But then separately, what I think we're really hoping to do here is open the door to have ad hoc things happen and be able to meet more frequently and have relationships where communication just flows naturally. I think with Commissioner Clark, we're seeing that with some of the agencies that we're already working with, where the commissioner to commissioner communication is flowing really well. And so we just want to make sure that that trickles down to the staff level, so that our community partnerships team and our intergovernmental affairs team are communicating regularly with folks.
Yeah, like when I think of source of income and like HRA as an example, like I'm wondering like if a person is getting a voucher, like do they also get like a one-pager that says if you have been discriminated against? So does that level, like micro level of coordination exist?
We're definitely building that across the different agencies, and I think as well as, pick up the phone relationships to make sure that we can get people the things that they need. So for example, in source of income cases, we don't consider those cases closed until the person is fully leased up, and like the voucher is vouchering. And so we definitely make sure that we have the relationships we need to make that work for people.
And that question is exactly the spirit of the strategy of the reorg, is find people where the entry point actually is. So like working with corrections for people who are re-entering into society, till they know about fair chance housing, fair chance employment, those types of things, and catch them where they are, not where we want to find them.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, great. Just want to recognize we've been joined by Councilmember Hanif on Zoom. And with that, we are going to go to Councilmember Hudson as well as, and then Councilmember Wong.
Thank you so much, chairs, and good morning. I just have a couple of questions, but I wanted to make one note about your testimony. If my math is correct, it appears as though you brought in, and maybe that's the wrong terminology, but saved perhaps, or won $2.15 million, whether through restitution or damages or civil penalties. Plus, you mentioned saving about $3 million in shelter costs. So first, thank you, great job. The other thing, though, that I didn't hear mention of was that you've incurred an almost $2 million cut. And so I just wanted to note that on the record for an agency, a small agency that is saving as much money as you are and winning damages and penalties and restitution in the amount of over $2 million, I think the loss of that funding is perhaps misplaced, I'll say. So I wanted to just ask a couple of questions about source of income discrimination, which, as you know, is when a landlord refuses to rent to someone based on their income source, particularly when someone will pay with government assistance. Can you share what percentage of your total complaints filed were related to source of income discrimination?
So I think we don't have the number on us, but I think it's somewhere around a third, but we can get back to you with specific numbers.
Okay. And how do you work with HRA to address source of income discrimination complaints from clients attempting to use City FEPS vouchers?
I think, like I said, most of our work is with the landlords to make sure that the landlords are doing the things that they need to do. We work with with HRA sort of the same way an advocate would, I think, through the various home-based providers, and also, contacting them directly when we need to make sure that people get leased up. But primarily our enforcement is directed at the landlords and the brokers themselves.
There's one direct example for you, just concretely, of when folks have a voucher and they come to us, but their voucher's like about to expire. We can speak directly with folks directly with HRA to have those vouchers extended. So that's one concrete way and one way that we track how we help folks obtain housing opportunities.
Thank you. And to date, how many source of income discrimination complaints have been filed by HRA clients attempting to use City FEPS vouchers in fiscal 2026? And can you compare that to the numbers in fiscal 25?
So I would say a healthy percentage of our source of income cases are not complaints that get filed. People call us and we intervene in our early intervention process. In those cases, it depends on what the situation is. If it's like with a broker, we may not even know what the kind of voucher is because it's sort of irrelevant into getting the broker to knock it off.
Right.
So it definitely, we don't keep all of the data for everybody, and it depends, and I don't think we know off the top of our heads, but we can look at what we have and get back to you.
Okay, that would be great. And then I have just one last question, chairs. Have you seen a change in the number of complaints related to source of income discrimination in fiscal 26 compared to fiscal 25?
Yeah, we're in the process of pulling together the numbers for fiscal 26, because what we do is, I'm sure the council knows this, we submit our annual report in September to the council, which really aggregates all of our work across how many reports we've had, how many pre-complaint interventions we've done, how many complaints have been filed. And so we do that annually because, again, our case management system is hard to pull data from. So we're at the end of June, we'll pull the entire year, and then we'll run comparators to FY25. But I can just tell you that anecdotally, if you look at the past 4 years of our data, you can see the increase. And you can see how housing is creeping up to be equal to employment discrimination.
Okay, and do you have any specific theories on what you believe to be the contributing factors?
I mean, I think largely an issue of education, making sure that people know that it's illegal. I think part of what education does is it does give people the power to stand up for themselves. We get a lot more complaints with people who have videotaped their landlord and broker than we ever did before. That is incredibly effective. And so partially it's that. Partially it's the success of our pre-complaints intervention team. They are very successful. Most people, we get them leased up within three or 4 weeks. That means that more advocates send us more clients. And so part of it is the success of our program, but I don't want to pretend that it's not having to do with there being more source of income discrimination. I'm sure
Right.
there is.
Great, thank you both, thank you, chairs.
Thank you. Okay, Councilmember Wong?
Thank you, chairs. I don't have a sense, based on reading your testimony, how many cases you serve in a year, and what is the breakdown? How many are involved discrimination or anti-Semitism, or that? Do you have that data?
Yeah, I'm happy to share with you our annual report for fiscal 25, and then when we publish 26s, happy to share that with you as well. It'll break down every report of discrimination we've received, including things that are failed to state a claim for under the human rights law. It'll have data for everything that we've done early intervention for. It'll have data for every complaint that we have filed, and it'll have data on the closures of our cases, how many we have settled, how many we've done a probable cause determination, how many we've administrative closed, and the metrics of how much damages we've secured for New Yorkers in that year, usually in the millions, and then how many civil penalties for the city of New York, usually in the hundreds of thousands.
Yeah, okay, that takes me to my next question. With the proposed $2 million budget cut in your commission, how are you going to do your work if anti-Semitic incidents are up and so is discrimination complaints? How are you going to address that with this budget cut?
So absolutely. Like I said, we fully have reorganized our agency to make sure that we're able to get more enforcement out of any amount that we have, and we do intend to do that.
Okay. All right, I want to follow up on anti-Semitic complaints. 57% of reported hate crimes last year involve anti-Semitic incidents. What capacity does your agency have for Queens communities that are facing those incidents? Can you talk about that?
Absolutely. So I want to make clear that what we do, the Human Rights Commission, we do civil rights, so that's housing discrimination, employment discrimination, discrimination in public accommodations. We work very closely with the NYPD to refer hate crimes, but we don't actually handle things that are violent crimes. Part of, I think, the benefit of our intake line, as well as our community partnerships, is making sure that everyone comes to us, gets the resources they need to go to the place that can help them out with whatever their issue is. We do take issues of discrimination, bias, hatred, bigotry towards the Jewish New Yorkers very, very seriously, and we do have have both the capacity to enforce those cases, and we do a lot of outreach on those issues as well.
Okay, so you mentioned that you work with the NYPD Hate Crimes Task Force. So how does it work? Do they refer cases to you, or is it the other way around? How does the flow
We
work?
refer cases to them.
And then they take over?
We don't have the jurisdiction to be enforcing criminal statutes, so we refer things to them.
See, okay, thank you.
Thank you. Actually, I had a clarifying question. So a slightly different way of asking, which is, because I fully trust that you guys are going to fulfill the mandate given despite all of everything. But if you could give me a sense of what the caseload looks like, and I know it varies because some of them are short-term cases and can be resolved quickly, whereas others are more complicated, but just on average, if you could give a sense of what the caseload is per person who has
So a very high level average is about 40 cases per person.
40 cases per, okay.
Again, that's not sort of reality in the sense that if someone's at trial with a very complicated case, are they also doing their other 39 cases? Probably not. And other people are absolutely able to be banging out 60 cases at a time.
And then with the reduction in the overall budget, how is that going to change caseload per person that's working?
So again, though, as I'm learning in government, there's a difference between, or there was a difference between headcount and actual physical humans in your agency.
Right.
So, so we don't intend for there to be any change in
So,
people.
okay, so the caseload that you currently have right now was already being handled by the same number of folks that were already in positions.
And
correct?
we've brought on a number of attorneys since I started successfully. So.
Did you?
Oh, and because we've sort of moved, we now have a crew of non-attorney case specialists to do investigations. That'll help move attorneys off of investigations and to sort of get through their cases
Right.
more effectively.
So if this is at all helpful, Chair Lee, the way the commission used to operate was only attorneys were doing the investigative work. And so with part of the reorg and trying to use every single resource available to us is including folks who are not attorneys into the enforcement work who will also be sharing that casework now. So now, while the average is 40 cases, we'll have more people who can have an average of 40 cases.
Right. And it's the same sort of, I guess, model as like community health workers or peer support navigators who can help with that work, and so that the clinical folks can do the other more clinical things that they normally do. So it seems to be the same kind of model where now you're shifting the responsibilities, which is great because then hopefully it builds capacity. So
And it's the same model that the Department of Labor at the federal level and other agencies are doing to lean in. There's no reason that lawyers needed to be doing everything.
yeah. Okay, perfect. And I'm going to pass it back to Chair Nurse.
Thank you. Just a couple questions based on your testimony. And we've talked a little bit about it in prelim in terms of the pre-complaint interventions team. How many people are on this team? How many now? How many are you looking to increase by?
6, and we have, in the restructuring, we're increasing it by 1.
Sounds so small. Okay, so you
Small
have
but
6
mighty.
and you're increasing by 1. Okay. And I think you've talked about it before, but what are the types of complaints that are most successful when they go through this process?
So historically, we primarily do physical disability access, that's like ramps and rails and handlebars, as well as source of income discrimination. We're growing our disability access team, that's the one extra. And we're also, because we are bringing on our non-attorney case specialists who will also be able to do a little bit more of the source of income work specifically, because that's, I think, amenable to people who are going to be new to the investigations practice. We're trying to expand our pre-complaint intervention work to include things like pregnancy discrimination and fair chance housing and other things where early, quick, authoritative intervention can be very effective, where a phone call from the government saying you're not allowed to do this is helpful.
Okay, and then in the premeditation.
Okay, I was wrong about the numbers. It turns out our team is 8 and now it's 9.
Oh, okay, instead of 6.
Yeah.
So 8, you're increased by 1 for 9.
We have like our own terminology for everything. So there's like
Sorry,
our pre-complaint interventions team, which
yeah.
doesn't include our Project Equal Access team, even though that's also pre-complaint intervention. So sorry about that.
Totally understood. With regard to voucher holders, the pre-mediation team, you mentioned normally gets complaints resolved in an average of 3.5 weeks. Are people in that period, they're still remaining in emergency housing, or where are those folks during that time typically?
It totally depends. And so the 3.5 weeks is all our different kinds of early interventions. So obviously some source of income takes longer, which means that some of our other interventions are done faster. We do source of income in all different kinds. So there's people who are in emergency housing, people who are in their housing and are trying to start paying city FEPs to stay. So they're still staying in that apartment. We do tell landlords that they have to hold those apartments vacant when it is someone who's looking to move into a new apartment. We put a sign on the door. We do everything that we can to make sure that that apartment remains available to them until we're done.
Okay. Just a few more questions. The new director of mediation role that you're looking to hire, what would the civil service title be?
It is, I believe, Executive Agency Counsel, and I will confirm.
I think that's right.
Okay.
Yes,
This is above
Executive
my
Agency
pay grade,
Counsel.
understanding civil service titles.
And in the restructuring. I find that such a private sector terminology.
I know, I'm sorry.
I'm like, what do you mean?
We call it the reorg, but then it like doesn't.
When someone says it, I'm like,
I know.
Okay, so in that is everyone keeping their civil service titles?
Yes.
Okay.
Part of what we were doing in the restructuring is we had a big mess of civil service titles that was not equitable, where people with different civil service titles did the same job. That's really not what we want for people. It's not fair. So part of what we're doing in the restructuring is making sure that people with the same civil service titles are doing the same work, et cetera.
Okay, and then last question, for the community relation experts that are being moved into more enforcement-oriented roles as non-attorney case workers or case specialists, is this similar to a paralegal role?
No, so that's a great question. So the community relations specialists, some of them are becoming the community partnership specialists. That's again deeper partnerships. Some who were doing some trainings as part of their prior job are now trainings experts. Some are becoming intake specialists, and some are becoming case specialists. The case specialist really is more of a case detective. It's taking testimony under oath. It's doing discovery. It's pre-litigation discovery, requests for information, looking through emails, looking through the whole thing, really trying to figure out and get to the bottom of the case before we decide whether to litigate the case and find probable cause or not. That's the goal. It's a much more involved on the ground kind of work rather than supporting an attorney. It's really being the interface with the complainants and respondents as well. And part of the goal here really was to make sure, because our community relations specialists know how to talk to people, and they like have expertise in the industries that we're often working in, that we're bringing that expertise into case investigations rather than having lawyers who, again, not always the best at talking to people, removing them from that sort of frontline interaction where they don't need to be there.
Okay, that's going to be the end of my questions, but I just wanted to double down on what the Deputy Speaker said in terms of the appearance that we are going backwards. I know she fought really, really hard over the last 4 years to move the funding dial forward, and so I think perhaps like a new organizational chart, if you could share that with the council so we can be also part of helping to do that ongoing assessment of how did this reorganization, restructuring create those efficiencies and how it's helping to sustain or decrease like wait times and things like that. I also just, I loved in your testimony that you brought dollar amounts in terms of like what you are able to deliver for New Yorkers. I mean, just highlighting a few, $1 million in restitution for victims of discrimination, $200,000 in civil penalties, $350,000 in damages for victims of disability discrimination, $600,000 in damages for victims of employment discrimination, from race discrimination to pregnancy discrimination to sexual harassment. I mean, this is life-changing work for people, and so if we're shortchanging this agency, I'm really, really concerned. I trust that you came in and you said, I gotta take on this project of trying to find efficiencies, and I believe that you're doing it to the best of your ability, but I think that from our point of view, whenever we see such cuts and seeing that what you got like the second biggest decrease out of all the agencies, like that rings alarm bells for us, particularly given the broader political context we're in and the dangers, the real dangers that people are facing. We really want to be a partner to you in making sure that we're not losing out on the gains that were made, particularly by the former chair here over the last 4 years. So that's it for me.
No, I just want to echo what the chair just mentioned about putting dollar numbers to the savings, because I don't think a lot of people fully, because they're looking at the budget in terms of here and now, but I think what folks, and what I always try to look at is, okay, if we're investing this much now, how much will this save us as a city later in the out years? And so I think it's important to keep that lens, which I'm glad you mentioned in your testimony. And I just, I commend you on doing a lot with very little, and I appreciate that you've been able to address a lot of the concerns, and hopefully moving forward, as the chair and deputy speaker mentioned, we can move forward with the budget and actually hopefully see improvements in investments versus going backwards. So, okay. And I think that's it on our part, unless deputy speaker, anyone else, if you guys had more questions.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so
you.
much. Okay, so we're going to take a recess until our next hearing at 12 p.m. with Parks and Recreation.
Ladies and gentlemen, please settle down. We are going to begin shortly. Please find your seats. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon and welcome to the second FY27 executive budget hearing for the day, focusing on the Department of Parks and Recreation. I'm Councilmember Linda Lee, and I'm pleased to be joined by my colleague, Councilmember and Chair Ty Hankerson, who's Chair of the Committee on Parks and Recreation. We have been joined by our Deputy Speaker Williams, Councilmember Marte, Councilmember Brewer, Councilmember Morano on Zoom, Councilmember Jay Sanchez, Councilmember Narcisse, and I think that's everyone so far. Okay, so welcome, Commissioner Tricia Shimomura and your team. Thank you all for joining us today to answer our questions. And on May 12th, 2026, the administration released the executive financial plan for fiscal 26 to 2030 with a proposed fiscal 27 budget of $124.7 billion. The Department of Parks and Recreation proposed fiscal 27 budget of $685.4 million represents less than 1% of the administration's proposed FY27 budget in the executive plan. And this is an increase of $31.4 million or 4.8% from the $654 million originally budgeted in the FY27 preliminary plan. This increase results from several actions, mostly the baselining of previous one-shots, snow removal overtime costs related to this year's blizzards, and the Wildlife Conservation Society Zoo shortfall. As of April 26, Parks and Recreation's headcount was 236 less than their fiscal 26 budgeted headcount for a vacancy rate of 4.6%. In the Council's preliminary budget response, we called on the Mayor to add $27.7 million to the Department of Parks and Recreation's budget to invest in critical services, including forestry management, park rangers, stump removal, woohoo, which is my personal favorite, the Green Thumb program, yay, these are all amazing, city park worker, park enforcement patrol. During a time where social activities are rising in costs, Parks remains free to our city residents and provides a space for activities, programs, and fellowship. And as we all saw, especially during COVID, it really was a very, very important third space for our communities. And the Council remains committed to keeping such spaces free and accessible to residents. We were pleased to see that our request was partially included in the plan, with some positions being baselined, and we are grateful for that step forward. Today, we would like to hear from the Commissioner about the outlook for Parks employees who are still uncertain about their employment status coming July, and how we can work together to ensure that they are supported. And I now want to turn it over to my co-chair for this hearing, Councilmember Ty Hankerson, for his opening statement.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon and welcome to the Parks and Recreation Committee's hearing on the FY27 executive budget for the Department of Parks and Recreation. My name is Ty Hankerson and I am the chair of the Parks and Recreation Committee. I'd like to acknowledge my fellow council members who are present here today, to which they were acknowledged already. Today, we will be hearing testimony from DPR on its FY27 executive budget, which totals $685.4 million, a decrease of $2.2 million compared to the FY26 adopted budget. While we still have not reached the 1% mark that was promised by the mayor during his campaign, this is absolutely a step in the right direction. There is money for tree planting programs, seasonal staff, and the adding more than 120 positions to the baseline. This means that more than 120 people will not have to worry about the existence of their jobs come July. But there's still work to be done to help the park staff that do not have that same luxury. While I am very happy about the baseline positions, I don't want to fail to mention the other great parts of this budget. $1.7 million for additional seasonal positions to help out during the FIFA World Cup, $3 million in baseline forestry management funding, $3.7 million for overtime to those parks workers that shoveled snow during the blizzards this year, and more than $2 million for tree planting. All great things, but as always, there is more to be done. The FY27 preliminary budget includes $27.1 million in new needs for FY27, $6.3 million in other adjustments, and $2 million in savings. I am personally very happy to see the expansion of several parks jobs into the baseline, and can't wait to see the remaining one-shots baselined as well. And can't wait to see the remaining one-shots baselined as well. One more time, and can't wait to see the remaining one-shots baselined as well. The committee is excited to hear testimony related to FY27's executive plan, specifically baseline one-shots, lifeguards, and concession revenue. Before we begin with testimony, I would like to thank council staff for their hard work, our finance team, Aisha Wright, Jack Story, Owen Kadawaski, and Michael Sherman, our committee staff, Christopher Satori and Patrick Mulvihill, and my own staff, my chief of staff, Maricela Cano, and my special advisor, Cleve Destiny. I will now ask the committee council to go over some procedural items and swear in the representatives from the department.
Thank you, Chair. So before we get started, just one as a quick reminder for this year's executive budget joint hearings, we're going to be doing all the public testimony on one amazing day. We're going to have a great party on June 10th. I shouldn't oversell this. Wednesday, June 10th, beginning at 9:30 a.m. We're doing all the public testimony on one day. So please remind folks in the community that they should sign up for Wednesday, June 10th for the public hearings. And now I will turn it over to committee counsel to swear in the witnesses for their testimony.
Good afternoon. May you all raise your hands. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth before this committee, and to respond honestly to council member questions?
I do.
I do.
You may begin.
Great. Good afternoon, Chair Lee, Chair Hankerson, and members of the Finance Committee and Parks Committee, and other members of the council. My name is Tricia Shimamura, and I am pleased to be here today to testify as Commissioner of the New York City Department of Parks and Recreation regarding the agency's executive budget for fiscal year 2027, and to be joined today on this panel by several members of our agency's senior leadership. First, I want to recognize the Council for its continued support of our city's open spaces and for championing the importance of parks for all New Yorkers. Thank you for the opportunity to provide an update on our agency's efforts to build and maintain a healthy and thriving park system. The arrival of warmer weather in the spring means we're heading into our peak season, when our city's green and open spaces truly come alive and more people get outdoors and take advantage of our amazing parks, beaches, pools to lead happier and healthier lives. In the 2 months since we appeared before the council to discuss the preliminary budget, we have been busy, delivering results for New Yorkers, striving for excellence in the public realm, and proving each and every day that our parks and open spaces are a crucial component to the mayor's vision to make this a more affordable city, because parks are for everyone. Our playgrounds are for every child, and so for the last month, we have been proud to unveil the fully reconstructed children's play area at Hamilton Fish Park in Manhattan, and the full renovation of Kyler Gore Park in Brooklyn, and break ground on a full reconstruction of Captain Mario Fajardo Playground within Casina Corridor Park in Queens. These projects are creating new play areas for different age groups and abilities, providing exciting new opportunities for children to explore, move, and play together. Our basketball courts are for everyone, and basketball is a lifeblood of the city. Let's go Knicks. So we were thrilled to fully open reconstructed basketball courts at 4 Playground in Washington's Walk in the Bronx, made possible from the support of council and mayoral funds. We also unveiled the newly reconstructed Grant Park, also in the Bronx, a $17 million capital project made possible through the Jerome Avenue rezoning initiative, conforming a former roadbed and unused lots into 4.7 acres of park with an open lawn area, basketball court, and other amenities. Our cultural institutions, including our city's incredible botanical gardens, are for everyone. So we recently completed a $4 million project to transform the pedestrian overpass over the Bronx River Parkway, connecting Bronx Park East residents to the New York Botanical Gardens, one of the world's most distinguished botanical gardens and a New York City cultural treasure. Our city waterways and shorelines are for everyone, and they are critical for the health and safety of New Yorkers and marine wildlife alike. So our Office of Marine Debris Disposal and Vessel Surrendering has been keeping our city waterways clear with marine hazards. We have just announced the expansion of our marine vessel turn-in program so we can take in vessels that owners can no longer take care for before they become derelict, building on the great progress we've already made and cleaning up over 120 derelict vessels clogging our waterways. Our public art is for everyone. So we unveiled for the first time a new permanent commemorative public artwork in a New York City park in over 5 years, installed in Elizabeth H. Berger Plaza in Manhattan to celebrate the literary legacy of New York's first Arabic-speaking community and shine a light on an often forgotten facet of our city's diverse history. Our urban forest is for everyone, and it serves as an essential living infrastructure to keep our city cool and resilient. So we were proud to stand alongside the Mayor's Office of Climate and Environmental Justice and other partners to announce the city's first ever urban forest plan, a comprehensive roadmap to preserve our tree canopy, plant more trees, and cultivate an ecosystem of stewardship. The plan laid out the city's goal of achieving 30% canopy by 2040 so that every New Yorker can enjoy the vital benefits that trees provide, advancing environmental justice, mitigating heat impacts, and improving our quality of life. Our recreation centers are for everyone, so we have been extremely gratified to see how quickly the local community has embraced the newly opened Shirley Chisholm Recreation Center in East Flatbush, Brooklyn, where we have already enrolled over 11,000 new members. Later this year, we look forward to opening the brand new Mary Callie Dalton Recreation Center in Staten Island, as well as reopening well-loved recreation centers after extensive and much-needed renovations, including Lost Battalion Hall in Queens, Owen Dolan Recreation Center and St. Mary's Recreation Center in the Bronx, and Sunset Park Recreation Center in Brooklyn. Last but not least, our city's swimming beaches are for everyone. Though the weather was not quite what any of us had hoped for this Memorial Day, it was still a great start to the season as we opened up all of our public beaches for swimming. Our tireless maintenance and operations staff are out in full force, keeping our beaches and boardwalks clean, and our dedicated Parks Enforcement Patrol officers are keeping swimmers and beachgoers safe, as are our incredible beach lifeguards. We are pleased to report that over the weekend, the agency's active lifeguard corps currently stands at 370, a significant increase over this point in time last year. As we continue to train and certify additional new and returning lifeguards, our staffing levels will increase, typically reaching their peak around the 4th of July after our outdoor pools have opened, and we hope to ultimately exceed last year's staffing peak of 1,082 lifeguards citywide. We were especially thrilled to reopen the beautiful and historic Orchard Beach Pavilion to the public for the first time since 2009. This $114 million reconstruction project, advanced in partnership with the New York City Economic Development Corporation, restored the historic architecture of the landmark building, providing greater ADA accessibility and revamped concession and community spaces, enhancing the visitor experience. We are proud to have restored the pavilion to its historic glory with a level of investment that properly reflects this incredible beach's place in the hearts of Bronxites and all New Yorkers. Turning to the specific topic for this hearing, the fiscal year 2027 executive budget reflects the administration's ongoing commitment to fiscal responsibility amid economic and fiscal challenges facing the city while maintaining critical services for all New Yorkers and investing in a greener, healthier city. The operating budget for our agency in the FY27 executive budget is $685.4 million, a $31.4 million increase from the preliminary budget, reflecting the addition of a significant new needs expense funding, including, as you mentioned, the $15 million in baseline funding for what was known as one-shot funded staff lines in our natural forest management, maintenance and operations, and ranger divisions. The first time in recent memory that this funding, typically provided one fiscal year at a time, has been mayorally baselined before budget adoption. The FY27 executive plan also provides new funding for continuation of our in-house tree planting pilot program so we can continue exploring ways to more efficiently green our city and grow our tree canopy, as well as an expansion of our seasonal staffing plan to support increased park usage during the summer's World Cup, Sailforth 250, and Sailforth 250 festivities. Our agency's 10-year capital plan is $12.1 billion, including over $93 million in new additional funding to complete necessary repairs on park bridges around the city, which will be managed by our sister agency partners at New York City Department of Transportation. Though I am still new in my tenure leading this agency, I could not be prouder of the dedicated parkies that give their all to make our park system the very best it can be. And I could not be more excited about this coming summer. I'll end my testimony with a short history lesson. In the summer of 1936, 90 years ago, New York City held a series of opening ceremonies for 11 new gorgeous outdoor pools funded and constructed by the WPA, or Work Progress Administration, a New Deal agency that employed millions of Americans during the depths of the Great Depression, lifting families out of poverty while delivering sorely needed public infrastructure projects to underserved neighborhoods. These 11 majestic pools are still beloved and enjoyed by local New Yorkers, but they stand also as a testament to what government can achieve when it marshals in the political will and resources to deliver for its constituents, a level of commitment that our agency strives to honor and embody every single day. We're going to be celebrating this historic anniversary in some very fun and unique ways as our outdoor pool season kicks off later this June. So please stay tuned for more details, as I hope you all can join us and enjoy some fun in the sun this summer. I want to thank the council for its support in improving our parks and open spaces for all New Yorkers and for the opportunity to testify today. We'd now be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Great, thank you, Commissioner. All right, so let's just get right into things. By the way, I did, actually, I'll tell you that story later. For one-shots, I, as well as I know the chair, have always hated that there were hundreds of people working at the Parks Department that have their jobs as one-shots, and it's very hard to plan, budget, all of the things that we need to do, hiring, which takes a long time in and of itself. So we know there's a lot of challenges around the one-shot funding. So in terms of the city park workers and rangers, I know that those were the ones that I believe were not baselined. And so, oh wait, sorry. Those are the ones that were baselined, sorry, while the Parks Enforcement Patrol positions were not. And so just wanted to get some insight if you had, insight with your conversations with OMB or the mayor's office as to why those were not included.
Yeah, first and foremost, I want to just lay the groundwork and say that we all understand that this was an incredibly difficult budget year, that this administration was really focused on delivering a budget that was transparent and fair and balanced. Most importantly, we knew that as an agency, we also played a role in this, so I want to recognize first our team that worked directly with OMB, that continues to work directly with OMB every day to talk about the needs of the agency, but also kind of our role in overall delivering a balanced budget. I also want to recognize that $15 million baselined is truly something that has not happened under an executive budget in anyone's actual memory here, and parkies go back a ways. And so the idea that the mayor would and this administration would step up to baseline these items prior to the adoption of a final budget is really exciting. But certainly I think that it was about just overall delivering on a kind of full picture of what was allowed and what could happen in this budget. And we're very excited to see, you mentioned the Rangers. This is over 50% of our Ranger program was in one-shot funding. To have that baselined is game-changing when it comes to this division. Our maintenance workers, we know how important every single maintenance and operations staff member is. I cannot emphasize that enough. So to have 73 additional staffers who are included in our ranks fully is absolutely fantastic news. And we know very much the significance of these other divisions, PEP, Parks Enforcement Patrol, Green Thumb, and others. So that's, I would argue, I can argue all day that every single component of my agency is value added.
And then in terms of, but just going back to the PEP, the Parks Enforcement Patrol, in the conversations you're having, does it sound promising that hopefully those things will get baselined, or, if not, then I guess we have to go through the usual process?
Yeah, I think our relationship with OMB has arguably never been better. We're very grateful. I think that we hear a lot from the administration, are in regular conversations around the significance of all the divisions, particularly the ones that are still one-shot funded, and so we're having regular, if not daily, if not twice a day, conversations at this point around what these units are bringing to our park system and how incredibly valuable they are.
Okay, perfect. And then in terms of the previous, I know previously the Ranger one-shots were 4.1 million per year, and when they were baselined this year, the total cost was 5.8 for the same level of headcount. So just wanted to know if you could let us know what the delta of that is caused by.
Sure, I'm gonna probably defer to our executive financial officer to talk about that shift, but I believe that this is really just like the same amount of rangers, that this is just an increase in their overall
Cost of living.
benefits and kind of lines there. But go ahead, David, if you'd like to add any more to that.
Well, if I don't have to tell the truth, or okay. So, so OMB added that money. There's a heavy cost associated with both Rangers and PEPs for bulletproof.
Hold on one
vests.
second. You have to be sworn in.
Do you swear to do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth before the committee, and to respond honestly to council member questions?
Yes, now I will.
No, maybe.
Okay. So, yeah, there's additional costs associated beyond the costs of the individuals for bulletproof vests and equipment that they have, and it's very heavy, so they've actually increased that so we can cover those costs. And it was very.
I see, okay. So it's not just the personnel, it's also OTPS as well?
Yes.
Okay, got it. Perfect, thank you. And is there any budget limitation for why PEP officers cannot be baselined from the best of your knowledge? Or is this, something that could be included in that? Just wanted to get clarification in the baselining. So there's nothing, I guess, legally, logistically, or whatever that would prevent them from. Okay, perfect. Okay, now sort of adjusting a little bit to tree planting.
Yeah.
I'd like to the plan included a new need of 2.1 million and 19 positions for tree planting. So would you be able to break down how this money will be spent and how many tree plantings will this support?
Yeah, it's a great question. So to actually provide clarity here, the positions that were funded in the executive budget were for forestry management, which, is that?
No, this is a reference to the in-house pilot.
Oh, in the in-house pilot, I'm sorry. Yeah, So we've been running an in-house tree planting pilot for at least the last year, if not a little bit longer. This was done for a number of reasons. We are always paying very close attention to the overall kind of industry of contractors, of work that's out there, the cost of these contracts, kind of the ebbs and flows of the tree planting industry. And we're seeing a kind of overall kind of uptick year after year of kind of higher costs associated with tree planting. Just under the last 2 years, we decided to undertake our own in-house tree planting pilot program to see if we could do this work ourselves in-house. It's been going very well. We've focused predominantly on in Queens Village with this, which is as an yes, it is. And it's been going very well. So we're very excited to have, again, this another year of this pilot to continue to see how running our own operation in-house really impacts the overall market.
Yeah, would love to hear more about that, if it's more efficient, if you're finding that there's less red tape to go through.
I'm actually going to ask our Assistant Commissioner, Ben Osborne, for Forestry to come up just to make sure I didn't say anything incorrectly, but also to see if he would like to add anything about how the pilot's been going, since it's been a year, and we're very excited to see it undergo another year.
Yes, good morning.
You may have to swear.
Yes, ready to be sworn in. Thanks.
Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth before this committee, and to respond honestly to council member questions?
Yes, I do.
You may begin.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner, and thank you, Council Member, for the question and the interest in our in-house tree planting program. So, as the Commissioner noted, we began planning for this in-house tree planting program during a time when we were seeing contractor costs increasing, and we wanted an alternative to contracted tree planting, partly as a way to control costs. in the intervening years while we've been working out this plan, we've actually managed to stabilize and in fact reduce our contracted tree planting costs, which we're very proud of, but we're also really happy with the initial success of this in-house tree planting program. To date, this team, which has consisted of 13 people so far, has planted over 1,800 trees in Queens Village, which is a high HVI neighborhood. With this additional funding, which will, the funding is for the headcount as well as associated OTPS. We're going to be increasing the number of personnel on the team, which will hopefully increase the number of trees that we plant. So, we're continuing to focus in Queens Village for the time being.
Nice. And the Deputy Speaker and I share Queens Village, so this is great news for us. And so you said 13, I believe the budget has 19 positions, and so you're going to increase that. Do you know what the timeline for that would be?
Well, we'll begin hiring early in the fiscal year, so.
Okay.
Yeah.
And what specific titles will be supported by the funding?
Yeah, those are, they're gardeners and APSWs primarily, as well as supervision.
Okay, perfect. And then do you expect this to be one shot or fully funded, or hopefully this will be in next year's budget?
I think we're looking at the pilot for the second year, as we do with any of our other kind of pilot programs or programs like this, where we are really hopeful about the outcomes. We'll continue to be in communication with OMB and the administration around the results of this, and we'll happily bring you back the results as well after the second year.
Perfect. And then with the additional funding, because with 13, you're already doing 1,800, and so how much more trees do you hopefully expect to plant with the increased?
Yeah, we're hopefully going to be planting over 1,000 trees every year.
And then just to flag also, and forgive me, but of course our planting season, while we've had some really wonderful planting years and frankly like new peaks in terms of our overall planting, it's always of course dependent on weather and kind of the season, what the season brings us.
Okay, perfect. And then going into the savings program, and as with all other city agencies, we know that you had to meet the targets that were laid out. And so Parks met this target through a combination of additional revenue and vacancy reductions. And the plan includes additional revenue of $9.2 million in FY26 and $14.6 million in FY27, and the out years from tree replacement fees. So just wanted to know, how will the agency be altering its fee schedule to secure this additional revenue?
Yeah, it's a great question. Thank you for that. So our goal was very clear, and from the administration was to look very closely at all of the different operations that we have under our portfolio, and to look at ways to never reduce services, but also to look for efficiencies. And so in so doing, with our chief savings officer, we recognized that some of the tree replacement fees that we were already receiving were not being actually credited as funds going into the general fund, even though they should be. And so we're very happy and very grateful to be working with OMB to properly give us credit for the funding that was already going into the general fund in order to meet those marks. And so that's primarily where we're going. We're not actually increasing any fees across the board. This is really writing what was not being credited to us in the overall kind of larger general fund.
Okay. And then what is the current fee for a tree replacement, and what will be the updated cost?
Just 1 second. I'm going to look to Ben while I look this up for you, just in case, Ben, you have it faster. So to...
Yeah, I can jump in here,
Okay.
Commissioner. Yep.
Sorry,
Yep.
thank you. Go ahead.
Yeah, so the average citywide tree replacement fee right now is $2,900, and as I noted earlier, that's a reduction from previous costs. It's actually 18% lower than it was in fiscal year 22. We don't know what the FY27 fee will be as of yet, because each fiscal year the fee is based on our contracted costs from the prior fiscal year. So we calculate that after the end of this fiscal year.
Okay, and when in the fiscal year usually does that take place for the following? In terms of
So we have to finish up our contracts, in July,
Right.
and then it, takes us a couple of months to, make
Close
sure
the
all
books.
those numbers are accurate and update the fees. So late summer, early fall.
Okay. And then can you break down the cost of the tree replacements in terms of PS costs, contract costs, cost of actual tree?
So
Don't hit that break.
when the payments are made, I don't know that it's broken down in quite that way. Obviously, when the planting funds are, delivered to parks to go ahead and provide those added, then obviously, staff is used in whatever way is deemed necessary. So I don't think the payments that are made for replacement are subdivided or broken down in quite that way.
Yeah, no, I was just wondering if you guys calculated it that way, because obviously there's the cost, right, the fee itself, but then in that fee is usually like a lot of other things that go into it, like the cost of the labor and other things like that. So I just wanted to know if you had a breakdown of that.
I
But
don't have it here currently, but that is something we can
Okay.
follow up with.
Okay, perfect. And then last question is about the vacancy reduction. It's for 40 positions with savings of 9.2 million in FY26, and then 27.6 million in FY27 in the out years. So it was, disheartening to see these vacancy reductions after years of the council fighting against the previous administration's cuts and vacancy reductions at the Parks Department. We had hoped for, the 1%, as the chair mentioned, 1% of the budget to the Parks Department. But this is definitely something that the council included on our side in the preliminary response. And so has the department decided which specific positions will be reduced? And if so, can you please provide that information?
Sure. I want to thank again the council for their continued advocacy for, of course, increasing our budget. We, as the head of an agency, we love talking about bigger budgets and bigger capacity. The truth is with these vacancies, we've been under, as you know, the 2-for-1 hiring freeze for a while, and we've been talking about vacancies for far before this administration. And so the vacancies that we had there were not able to be filled. So we've worked very closely with OMB to have a lot of close conversations about vacancies that we've long had empty versus new ones that are coming up every month, and have come up with essentially a plan to move forward with the ability to fill our positions as they become vacant again. We're very excited about getting rid of the 2-for-1 piece, and really what your constituents, what our city is feeling right now in terms of our Parks Department, they're not going to really feel any sort of difference in those vacancies because they've been gone for quite some time.
And since FY21, I don't know if you have the data for this, but since FY21, how many positions have been reduced as part of the PEG's savings plans, and what level of savings were achieved by the reductions?
I'm sorry, I don't think I have that information available, but I'm happy to
get back to
follow up with you all on that.
Okay, and what is the current budgeted and actual headcount for FY26 and 27? And if you could break down the numbers by full-time and part-time, that'd be great.
Sure. So while I flip over to this, our agency full-time budgeted positions for FY27 is 5,141. I do have a historical perspective on that for you as well, but that is significantly up. And then in terms of part-time or seasonal positions, we have around 3,000, full-time equivalent positions, but that results in around roughly 5,000 additional employees, 5,034.
Got it. So 3,000 FTE, which equals
Yes.
5,000. Okay, perfect. Okay. I have a lot of other questions on trees and everything else, but you know what? I'm going to pass it off to our chair, Hankerson.
Thank you, Chair. Just a few questions. Just going back to the one-shots, can you please provide a breakdown of the remaining one-shots that were not included in the executive plan, along with their funding amount in FY26 and any supported headcount?
Sure. So of the remaining one-shots that are still up for question, we have there are 3 real buckets. There's our Parks Enforcement Patrol, our Green Thumb program, and stump removal funds, which we're very grateful for. I'll take them in backwards order. So for stump removal, it's approximately $2 million of stump removal. This has not yet been baselined. It also complements a $4 million, or last year it complemented $1.4 million of mayoral baseline funding for, in FY26, $3.4 million total. The number of stumps that comes out to kind of depends year to year based on the type of stump and the removal kind of period, but it's roughly between 4,000 to 5,500 removals per year. In addition to that, our Green Thumb program, the one-shot funding was in FY26 $2.6 million. That really equates to 15 positions with additional funding for OTPS. Our Green Thumb program is 32 baseline year-round lines, and so these 15 additional positions do represent a significant portion of our workforce there. And I'm happy to talk more about the Green Thumb program and what that does. The the OTPS funding for this program also goes to tree pruning and tree removals within the Green Thumb community gardens.
I appreciate that. Let's just say...
Would you like me to talk about the PEP?
No, not yet.
Okay.
Let's just say PEP or Green Thumb, don't receive funding in the adopted budget. What will Parks do with those employees who will no longer have jobs? Will they be given jobs elsewhere in the agency or the city? Will they receive severance checks? What's the plan?
Yeah, we would typically, in that case, which we hope is not the case, we would typically work with each of these individuals to see if they would be eligible to be moved into other open lines or any grant-funded lines. We have unfortunately seen this happen in the past where programs or portions of our departments are not funded in another year, and so we work very hard to try to ensure that as many of our staff that can be accommodated in other portions of our agency can do so. It's, of course, though, based on availability of open lines and positions.
So if there are no open lines or positions, what happens to
Then
those?
their lines are only funded until the end of the fiscal year.
They would be without a job,
Yes.
just to be clear. Okay. Will all baseline positions be filled by those who are currently employed in those roles, or will they be open to the public to be filled?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that question?
So will all baseline positions be filled by those who are currently employed, or are you opening it up to the public to apply?
Yes, by and large, unless there's some disciplinary infraction that is pending, which I don't know of any right now, yes, all the positions would be filled by those who have them now.
Will Parks continue to push for expanded positions in those areas, or do you feel that you have the adequate amount with the current numbers?
Sure. As I've said before, more is always more in leading our agency. We are very thrilled to have the positions that we have. We're really excited about these $15 million of baseline positions. Again, historic and very, very promising and a real indication of our value within the city. But of course, we'd always welcome more resources whenever available.
The plan included an additional $7.9 million beginning in FY27 for recreation staff. Which centers will these staff be stationed at, and can you provide a breakdown by title?
Sure. We are happy to give you a breakdown of title, but at a later date for a couple reasons. The plan is funding 3 different recreation centers: Owen Dolan, St. Mary's, and Mary Callie Dalton. Mary Callie Dalton is still being built, so we won't be actually hiring until closer to when it's opening up. And St. Mary's and Owen Dolan, same thing. We'd be hiring a little bit closer to when these are opening up. They're all opening up very soon this year, which we're really excited about. There are a number of lines when it comes to management, recreation centers. We have center managers, deputy center managers, CPWs, recreation associates, PEP officers, lifeguards, sometimes IT folks who are there. So there's a number of different titles that we have, sometimes resident engineers, depending for new buildings, like Shirley Chisholm and others. So we're happy to give you that information as it becomes available. We'll be making those decisions closer to when we're hiring so that we can really see how, particularly for those 2 rec centers that are reopening, how that balances out with our existing staff.
Is it the practice of Parks to hire from the local community that the rec center is in or being built in?
I mean, we'd certainly try to as much as possible. I think that I'm very proud of my agency's relationship and how we engage with local communities. I think it's really important. I think that we should be continuing to not just rest on our laurels, but push ourselves further and harder to make sure that we are truly community-based entities and an agency that's rooted in the communities that we are very proud and privileged to serve in. So certainly with Shirley Chisholm, which is my first big recreation center opening, our first big one in the last 10 years, we're very proud to be working hand in hand with the community. I think our center manager is actually from East Flatbush, if I recall correctly. Not that that's always a mandatory piece, but we're always looking for opportunities to engage more local New Yorkers.
We're also excited about the center that's coming to our Deputy Speaker's District very
Yes.
soon as well, so looking forward to that.
Groundbreaking this year.
This year?
I hope.
She said it, not me. Are there any additional part-time staff that will be hired along with the staff that are currently at the centers?
No, what we have presented to us in this year's executive budget is what we'll be hiring for.
How long does the agency believe it will take to fully hire these positions?
I don't think it takes very long. This is something that we are very good at doing. We will start, I believe, as soon as the new fiscal year begins, as we get closer to these openings.
Just to jump over to capital projects, Parks has one of the largest capital budgets of any department, $3.9 billion between FY26 and 2030. Yet, it consistently has long project timelines and issues with delays, to which I know all my colleagues can probably speak to. I've seen this firsthand in my district with Police Officer Edward Byrne Park, to which comfort stations were funded by my predecessor's predecessor, and construction is finally starting next month. Sorry, July. What is the current budget and actual headcount for the Capital Projects Division?
Sure. So our budgeted headcount for capital is approximately 400. I'm just looking this up to make sure 450 staffers. Sorry. And then I think that our actual headcount is 390 with 60 vacancies.
390 with 60 vacancies? Okay. Are there any issues with hiring capital analysts, engineers, project managers, or architects?
You know, I wouldn't say issues, but there are certainly unique challenges of hiring for these specific positions. Most importantly, that we are competing with the private industry when it comes to these roles. They're highly specialized and oftentimes even competing with other agencies for the same for very similar positions. I'd say that we're looking very closely at this. I would like to see this division completely staffed up and looking very closely at how, to your first point, we can shave down the time of these capital projects. I completely agree with you. I think that our capital timeline, I understand the length of time, but I also think it is far too long. And so however we can work together, and we are talking to our sister agencies on this, because a lot of it does come back to regulatory responsibilities that we have in meeting other rules and pieces of laws. We're going to look very collaboratively at how we shape this timeline down.
Sure. Is there anything that you could suggest, since we're here, and I believe most members, if not all of them, on this day have the same issues when it comes to timeline with capital projects? Is there anything the council can do? Do you have any suggestions for us?
Yeah, I really appreciate the question. I think that there are a few things. One is that we really should and would love to have an ongoing conversation with you about pieces of legislation that could be moved along. There were pieces of legislation in past administrations, past members of the council who have talked about various kind of efforts that could potentially shorten this timeline down without getting too into the weeds. Something like suggesting that a vendor gets registered with MOCS once as a vendor, but not necessarily specifically for every project, could maybe could shorten timelines for registration or things like that. We're working with our sister agency, DEP, as well as OTI right now under my leadership with Commissioner Garcia and others to look at the SWIP process, which we know has significantly added to our time frame, both in time but also in cost. looking at ways that we can shorten down that, be it through rule changes or just through maybe even having staffing from different agencies sit within our own agencies so that we can streamline these processes. We'll happily report to you more on that. I'd also say that a lot of times we see our projects expand in timeline because we see a lot of kind of scope creep in these things. We see a lot of times scope kind of expanding projects. That's not necessarily a bad thing, but it does complicate the overall procurement design processes and other things like that. And in large part, I'd say that's a good thing because it's because we are rooted in community input. We start every capital project with community input. I think we're the only agency that does so. And that also means that because we have many times where we're going back to the community, we are adjusting our designs every time, and that also can just add to the timeline. One ask I would say is that just working in close collaboration with your borough commissioners and with our capital team would be very helpful because we can help in collaboration together, direct like you on projects that we know are just there to get fully funded, or that have like some other ways that we can group these projects together to kind of move the needle forward kind of faster. So I'd say close working relationships, which we're very grateful for already with our council members, and the capital team is a big piece. Happy to talk to you more about other pieces of legislation, and then we'll be continuing to come back to you to discuss ways that we are specifically trying to shorten the SWIP process.
Thank you. I do want to acknowledge we've been joined by council members Nurse, Hudson, P. Sanchez, Wong, and on Zoom we have council members Ong and Brooks Powers. I just have a couple more questions. I'm going to turn over to my colleagues, and then I'll circle back again with some more questions. The admin has gone back to the baseline. The admin has not baselined 100 PEP officers who are on expiring contracts. Roughly what percentage of the total PEP do these 100 positions represent? Would you say these positions are critical to the agency?
Yes, absolutely. Our PEP officers, as anyone who is in our parks know, are absolutely critical components to our agency. They are peace officers first and foremost, but they also have an extraordinarily difficult job that they do very well every day. They are there to essentially enforce our rules, and it's never fun to go up to a stranger and tell them that they're not following a rule or that they need to do something differently, but that's what our officers do. They also educate the public on all things around our parks and making these spaces welcoming for everyone. They represent the 100 officers that were in one-shot funding represent a strong component of our overall numbers. We have roughly 354 officer lines, and this is including those 100 officers.
Do they specialize in conflict resolution?
Absolutely, yes. So they go through rigorous training for, I believe it's 16 weeks, and much of that is in conflict resolution.
Would you say that without them, we may see an increase in crime in parks?
I'd say that PEP officers are one of our best tools to enforce rules, can keep people safe and engaged in our parks in appropriate ways.
Thank you. The admin has not baselined 15 positions for Green Thumb. What do these particular roles do, and how many community gardens does Green Thumb serve?
I believe, and I will double check, our Green Thumb program has around 500 gardens in our entire portfolio, although I can get that number confirmed for you. As I mentioned before, the 15 green staff lines represent, again, a significant number of our overall unit of, they are 15 and then plus another 32. So 47 total. Our Green Thumb program is incredibly important and a very just culturally significant program because they allow for everyday New Yorkers to have a very different type of relationship with the land and with our park system. It's through our Green Thumb program that families, that New York residents are able to cultivate the land. They are able to create spaces for their communities that celebrate the differences in our communities, that celebrate the diversity of our communities, and have been oftentimes created when it feels like the surrounding neighborhood was just in so many ways falling apart. And it's these gardens that have turned communities around. They've really kind of become pillars in every neighborhood that they are in. So they are significant. They provide tremendous benefit, way beyond, they punch above their weight, I would say, in terms of what they bring back to their communities. And every single one of those staff members is incredibly vital to our agency.
I just have two more questions, and then I'll circle back. Where would you, Commissioner, like to see additional positions if additional one-shots were funded by this council?
Thank you for the question. As the leader of this agency, I don't necessarily like choosing between my children, so I will defer on that, but I'd say that there's not one corner of my agency that is not being used to its full capacity. We provide incredibly wide range of programs and services. It's you've heard me in my testimony talk about 30,000 acres of parkland, 14 miles of beaches, and reading up about this, we have 160 miles of coastline in our city that we actually are taking care of in our wetlands, or 160 acres, sorry, not miles, 160 acres of coastlines that we're caring for in terms of our natural areas as well. There's not one division of my agency that's not absolutely serving New York and delivering on a very full, rich, and diverse public realm. So I, of course, would welcome additional resources in any component to that. I'm happy to talk about specifically these one-shot positions or the other historical positions that were one-shot previously and now baselined, but every department I'm extraordinarily proud of and can make a very strong argument that they are absolutely essential to our agency.
Thank you. My final question, the mayor campaigned on a promise to get parks to 1%. Mm-hmm. What is the plan?
Yeah. Well, happy, I certainly was very enthusiastic, very excited to hear that same promise of the 1%. I think that what I'd say is that we are in constant communication with the mayor, truly, even as earlier today. And every day we are talking about what it looks like to expand Parks' budget. We're talking about what the real felt experience of what that looks like on the ground. I'm extremely grateful for our advocates and partners in this because we are in regular communication about not only what 1% means, but what it means to expand staffing across the board and what that will feel like when we're able to achieve that. In the meantime, I'd say that our plan is always the same, to deliver the highest quality public realm possible to all New Yorkers, regardless of who they are, with the resources that we're given.
Do you think we'll get there?
Yeah. Yes,
okay.
I do.
Thank you, Commissioner. I'm going to turn it over to our colleagues.
Great. So also want to recognize we have been joined by Majority Leader Abreu as well as Councilmember Krishnan. And we will start with our Deputy Speaker, followed by Councilmember Brewer.
Hello. I just had a few questions. I'm gonna be a little bit all over the place, but the permit division, can you share how many people work in the citywide permit division?
Sure. If you don't mind, one moment. I may ask our Assistant Commissioner David Cerrone to join us to give the specifics on our permit division. But while he's coming up, I'd say that our permit division is divided kind of in twofold. We have our borough permit offices, which handle everything from your average birthday party to, I'd say, kind of more run-of-the-mill events. When it comes to specialized, kind of citywide or specialized permitting, be it large-scale events or permitting that has special elements to it, commercial elements to it, or otherwise just big events, that goes to our citywide permitting office, which I think is probably what you're asking about.
I'm 100% talking about citywide.
Okay, so I'll turn to David Cerrone then. To
Borough permits office is not the problem.
Great.
As you know.
Good afternoon. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth before this committee and to respond honestly to council member questions?
I do.
You may begin.
It's a 9, council member. Thank you for the question.
And how many permit requests get funneled to the citywide division every year?
They're processing approximately 1,000.
Do you think that is an adequate amount of staff to process 1,000 permit requests every year?
We're happy to work with the resources that we have. Of course, it's always helpful to have more resources, like every city agency. But we're going to continue to do the best with the team that we have.
Okay. A question about the PEP officers and Roy Wilkins. So I know when my predecessor fought really hard to baseline about $1 million to Roy Wilkins, the PEP officers were specifically for Roy Wilkins, but as I understand it, the PEP officers are moving around multiple parks in Southeast Queens. And as you know, we had the tragedy a month or so ago, and I love my Queensborough commissioner, and I understand the thinking around having the PEP officers move around, considering there may not be a lot of activity in one particular park, but considering that Roy Wilkins specifically has a very large volume of young people that go after school in the summer, I just wanted to know if the Parks Department was thinking about increasing the number of PEP officers in Southeast Queens so that they don't have to rotate. Obviously, prior to my predecessor, I don't think there were any PEP officers in our area. So I just wanted to understand the thinking around that. How many PEP officers are assigned to Roy Wilkins?
Sure. So thank you for the question. So certainly we can look at this. We, of course, we have our 350-ish, 354 officers for the entire city. When it comes to, we try to cover as much ground as humanly possible. When it comes to that specific funding, happy to look into this and to see. We know how important Roy Wilkins is. We know how heavily used it is throughout really every season, but particularly during the summertime. So happy to look at that. And in terms of overall staffing numbers, we are constantly trying to take a data-driven approach as much as possible towards deploying our staff, trying to cover our hot spots, our spots where we know a lot of people are going. We also, of course, during the summertime are extending our PEP officers also then to beaches and pools as well. So we just try to cover as much ground as we can, but we'll certainly...
Yeah, and in Southeast Queens, we're always one big happy family. And so for me, it's fine to have the PEP officers rotate between Councilmember Hankerson's district and mine. But what I don't want to see is that the resources that were technically supposed to be for one particular park get stretched thin versus your department deciding to just invest a little bit more in Southeast Queens. Like, that money was for Roy Wilkins and for the PEP officers in Roy Wilkins, which, again, I think it's fine for us to share, especially if the activity is not as much in certain parks. But I just want you all to review that and not, continue to use the PEP officers that technically were not for other parks.
Sure.
I have just one more question, and then I guess I'll come back for round two, Chair. Okay, so the other question I have is, I know I spoke to you, I can't remember the name of the title of the rec staff that technically, which I didn't even know this existed, but that does the pickup play games in the park?
Playground associates.
Yes. Can you just share how many playground associates exist across the city? Because I've never heard of that position. I don't think there's any playground associates in Southeast Queens, but prove me wrong. But yeah, I think that is a low-key equity issue, because I would love to know where the playground associates are and if they are equally distributed across New York City.
Sure. I'm going to look to our Deputy Commissioner, Margaret Nelson, to give us a little bit more information, but while she's coming up, I'm happy to talk a little bit more. So the program that I think you're referring to is our Playground Associate Program. It's the same group of people who are also helping staff our summer camp program, but we have, I think last summer we had 73 playground associates that we put. You'll see them in yellow shirts. They should be wearing yellow shirts, and they are stationed throughout parks throughout the city, and we will definitely get you a list of where they are located. I don't know if we've actually come up with, we did come up with a list of locations. By borough. We can give you that list of by borough, but we can also give you a list by park after this.
Yes, I would love. How many parks do we have?
Of course, we have thousands.
We
of
only
parks.
have 73 playground associates.
Yeah. So we do them strategically. We pick the locations where, of course, there's a public restroom building, of course, where there's some sort of water play. And then where we know that we're able to reach as many kids as possible. It's an incredible program, and I'm grateful for your question because it gives me an opportunity to talk about it in more detail. We know that oftentimes, and I was one of those kids, where you work during your parents work during the summertime, and you just have no place to go. So you either hang out at home in the apartment, or you go out in the parks by yourself. And we know that for many kids, parents, myself included, it's a terrifying idea to have your kids go out there without any sort of adult presence. Our Playground Associates create that adult presence. They are there to engage kids in any sort of activity. They're there to make sure that they're drinking water, that they're cooling down. It's board games, it's basketball, it's playing on the kicking a ball around on a soccer field. It's all of these things and more. They're out there keeping an eye out and looking for kids, and I'm sure Margaret can give you some of the numbers, but when it comes of how many kids we're actually reading, while it is a small program of 73 Playground Associates, we're reaching thousands, if not tens of thousands of kids every summer, and it's tremendous. I want more families to know about this program. I'm really enthusiastic about it. It is a tough job to be out there all day just looking out for kids, but that's what we do. It is meant to complement a number of other very affordable opportunities that we provide to New Yorkers. I believe that this is like a network of services that is absolutely our job to provide, and I'm very proud of what this program brings. Margaret can give you some more specific numbers.
Good afternoon. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth before the committee and to respond honestly to committee questions?
I do.
You may begin.
Thank you. I think you summarized it, amazingly, but just to give you some of the numbers, we do have 73 sites currently, and that's pretty much been our historic average for the past couple of years. We have 13 sites in the Bronx, 14 in Brooklyn, 23 in Queens, 13 in Manhattan, and 10 in Staten Island. And I don't have the list of the exact parks, but we can get that to you. In terms of especially Southeast Queens. And then in 2025, we served over 440,000 participants during the summer, and that is a big increase from 2024, where we served approximately 300,000. And I would also just like to add, in addition to what our commissioner said, these are seasonal positions, so we are recruiting people with some experience working with kids, and they are out in those playgrounds every day working with these kids. And if you can do that job, we're like, you should be in recreation. And so it is a good pipeline for us too, to hire folks from the community, work with our kids in the summer, and then when we have positions available, kind of bring them into our full-time workforce.
Thank you, and I appreciate all the details, and I would love to just see it expanded, because I agree that it's a good program and nobody knows that it exists.
Great, thank you, and we have you down for round two. Councilmember Brewer, followed by Councilmember Narcisse.
Thank you very much, and congratulations, Commissioner, on your hard work. I am aware of your hard work, and it's showing. Thank you. On the PEP officers, I know you have 354, 100 hopefully will get included in that. There are included. How many do you really need?
Right now our PEP officers are, thank you for the question and thank you for your comments. Right now our PEP officers are predominantly running on, as the Deputy Speaker mentioned, really trying to cover as much ground as we possibly can. There are situations where we have them be stationary in parks, but we're trying to cover as much ground as possible. I'd say, again, we'd welcome as many resources as possible. We know the benefit of PEP officers here. It would be lovely to see as many, we'd love a presence in the
Even
parks.
Central Park needs them. They have their own Ranger Corps, but between the e-bikes and the 42 million people and other parks similarly, you need more PEP officers. So at some point, I think you should tell us how many you need, and then we should be advocating for that. Just a suggestion. Number two, trees. I hate your program.
Yes.
So my question is, how much, because we're never going to get another friggin' tree in Manhattan. So my question is, how much does it cost? Maybe you answered this. I didn't hear the answer. Per tree, I know if it costs you in-house $2,900. I got that. But I can't use you. So where do I go? Do I go to New York Trees? Can somebody just put a tree in the pit? How do I get more, how does that work?
Yeah, thank you we did answer your question, but we're happy to talk about this, and thank you.
Well, you didn't say how else I can get a tree.
So there are a couple ways. So constituents or anybody, yourself included, can purchase their own tree, and they could work with us. We can help give directions on the type of tree to plant, any sort of planting guidelines. We do like to advise on types of trees that are
I understand that.
here and complementary to the trees that we have. You can also go to Tree Time, which is our partner in this, and that kind of fast tracks also trees being put in tree beds. And then I'd say that those are the two primary ways. I'd also say, though, that in terms of the work that we're doing, of course, I would remind you that it's not just about planting trees, but it's also removing stumps and then covering up tree pits that are no longer viable for trees.
I understand that. I just want more trees. They're dying like crazy. And so I guess I'm still trying to get rid of your program and find another program, a complementary program, something. I have the same question. You need X number of PEP officers, but how much do you need to actually have a real tree planting program that would plant 1,800 in every neighborhood or whatever is needed?
Yeah, thank you. I think our forestry, in terms of our street trees that we have and that we care for, and including also the landscaped parks, are around 880,000 trees. Right. So it's a tremendous amount of trees that we're caring for, and we're able to care for that many trees through a combination of contracted work in our in-house unit.
Okay, and lifeguards. Now, are they out of Chelsea, out of 60th Street Rec Center? And how, thanks to Iris, lifeguards are increasing.
Yes.
I give her full credit. So my question is, do you have enough for the summer? Can you move them out? Are they moved out of, what's the name of that stupid thing that Adrian?
Gertrude.
Yeah, I don't hate that name. That was Adrian's idea. The 60th Street Rec Center, are they out of there?
No, our life, so thank you. We are still recertifying and recertifying our lifeguards. I'll turn to our first deputy commissioner to give us more information about this. We'll be continuing to do this and get them all trained and get them out into our beaches and pools up through the 4th of July is where we'll hit our peak. We right now are looking very good at our numbers. We're higher this year at this point in time than we were last year. We'll be very excited to share with you the final numbers on the 4th of July, but I'll let our first deputy commissioner talk about specifically the use we're training and recertifying our lifeguards at a number of our facilities, and I know Gertrude, or the 60th Street Recreation Center is one of them.
Yeah, we want them out of there. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Commissioner, Council Member. We are training and certifying lifeguards in all 5 boroughs. In Manhattan, we're in Chelsea and 60th Street, Gertrude Ederle. We conclude training and certification right around July 1st into the 4th, right around there. And then after that, we'll be done with the training and certification.
Then we can get the teen room back for the rest of the year?
Until we start training again in the fall.
Okay, but I need that teen room back because it's right next to NYCHA and nobody can swim there. It needs to have a lot of NYCHA residents swimming there, and to be honest with you, the lifeguards are preventing that. So further discussion. I've been asking about it for about 10 years.
Sure.
Okay, and then just finally, the other quick question is, maybe you did this already, but how many, I have the number of 5,000 seasonal workers. Again, it's still, they start when, because it takes a while, I think, to get them on board, right? Or do the seasonal workers start exactly when they're needed? That seems to be a problem in Riverside Park. And then finally, the bathrooms. How are we going to fund some of these bathrooms?
Sure, thank you. So let me take the bathroom piece, and then I'll turn to our first deputy commissioner to talk to you about the seasonal hiring piece. So certainly as I've said before, our capital, I definitely understand and hear the concerns around the timeline for our bathroom projects as well as the cost. Particularly in your district, but in many districts across the board, we see that these are not just bathrooms, they're bathroom plus or bathroom plus plus. They're historic landmark bathrooms with staff spaces associated with them, many of them embedded into hillsides. All of this actually adds tremendous amount of cost. Now, we certainly can't, we're not making up the numbers in terms of the market, in terms of the overall cost, but where we do have some control and where I believe that we should be focusing is on the timeline of these projects. I really want to see this timeline shaved down. I want to work collaboratively with our other agencies to try to shave down some of these processes, reduce inefficiencies, and deliver capital projects faster. When it comes to the overall costs, I think we're all hands on deck and thinking through ways in order to do this. Certainly, we have tremendous partners, and I know that you have some infamous ones in
Yeah,
Riverside
$13 million.
Park. And so we're working very closely with our partners to think through ways that we can deliver bathrooms faster and hopefully for less money. It's an ongoing conversation, but I definitely hear it. And then for the hiring, I'd actually say that we are one of the agencies that hires the largest kind of seasonal component plan in the city, and so we've become very good at this. We have become very nimble when it comes to the seasonal hiring, and have been working we haven't had any hiccups, but I'll let our first deputy.
I've heard differently, that's what I'm asking, so go ahead. I've heard it takes it takes a while to get them hired, and therefore the season kind of moves along, but go ahead.
Thank you, Councilmember. No, we have no issues no constraints with hiring. We're very efficient at it, as the Commissioner said. We have 3 tranches we hire in mid-April for spring startup and ball field, May 1st for beaches, and June 1st for pools. So the last of those 3 tranches will be coming on within the next week, because again, we open pools in the end of June. So each of the tranches comes on about a month before their work is needed.
How about what I call horticulturalists or season people in the parks? Not
That would be April 15th.
April, so they start for the whole summer, and they're already on April 15th.
Yep, 6-month lines that begin April 15th.
All right, thank you.
Okay, great. So we've been joined by Councilmember Juan as well. So we have Councilmember Narcisse, followed by Councilmember Juan.
Thank you, Commissioner, and thank you for the leadership and everyone that's here. But it seemed like the question I was going to ask about the staffing again, do we have enough staff? I know you came with your dream, and so is the leadership here. So do we have enough staff, or do we need funding to make sure that all the things that we're asking? Because I'm going to ask, too, what we need in our district and New York City at large. Do we have enough funding to cover? You feel like you're gonna be able to run the parks safely with, efficiency and everything?
Thank you for your question. I will again say that I'm extremely proud of the work that we're doing with the staff and resources that we've provided. I, of course, would always welcome more resources and more staffing. However, we also understand the mandate that we have and the responsibility that we have to deliver a safe, welcoming, open park system that is well cared for, and we'll continue to work on doing that with the resources that we have.
We love parks, right? Yes. So in 2024, in the adopted budget that we had, right, the plan was we had $800,000 for a pilot program to provide menstrual products in the park's bathroom. Can you please give me an update on that?
Sure. I'll turn to our first deputy commissioner. Do you have any?
Yeah, my recollection is that I believe in a series of PEGs, that might have been, I can't remember the exact plan, but my recollection is that the funding for that pilot was withdrawn before the pilot started.
Oh, okay, so we're not gonna have menstrual products in our bathroom the way that we expected.
It is not a standard amenity. No.
Moving forward, we talk about pools in the city of New York. You know that a lot of areas we don't have any pools, including mine. One of the goals, because we talk about churchism a lot, and which I spoke to the commissioner, to me, rec center is just like a preventive approach when it comes to so many problems we're dealing with in New York City with our youth. So in terms of planning, like for instance, right now, I push very hard to get a study done, and it's in EDC right now. So I want to know how, Commissioner, I can push forward to make sure it happens. Not in 10 years ahead, but right now, what can we do to make sure it happens?
Thank you for your question, and let me just reiterate to you, I too believe very much so that our parks and our recreation centers are absolutely should be part of the public health discussion and should be part of the public safety discussions. So much of putting down places like Shirley, places like Mary Callie Dalton, the work that's happening at Walter Gladwin and other places and in the Bronx and across the city really does result in safer, safer neighborhoods, creating more opportunity, more upward mobility, and so many other things. And it's a joy and a privilege to be able to do that. I'm grateful for your $500,000 that you've allocated to look through this, and I'm very happy to work with you on this. As you know, with something like Shirley Chisholm, we saw funding coming in from city and the state, I believe, in terms of making this a reality. I think that we should continue to have conversations, particularly now because we are able to show communities what can be possible when you have purpose-built spaces, when you have new spaces being built for modern-day recreation. And when we say recreation, we know we mean so much more than just an athletic basketball court or a gym, which is great, but we see so much more. We talk about arts, technology, and culture and other pieces to this. So we're happy to continue to work with you in terms of spreading that narrative of what recreation centers, what New York City parks and recreation centers actually mean, which is way more than your gym space. It is, we're talking about economic development, we're talking about safer and healthier neighborhoods, and I'm happy to work with you and to champion that narrative.
Yeah, thank you, and I would like to be the catalyst to that process because it takes so long. Everything that we have to do in parks is just forever, and that's the reason I'm with my colleagues. What can we do? Because we feel like we are sitting like waiting and things not happening. It's just like it's just frustrating to some level. Look at Shirley Chisholm. You have 11,000 new members already. I was there. It's a beauty. So we can continue doing that. That's all I'm saying, because I'm here, ready to work with you. And even for the plants, like we're talking about the trees, 2,900. If we can help, we have some kind of organization locally. Maybe we can help speed up the process. That's what I'm saying. So thank you for your time, and thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Okay, Councilmember Juan, followed by Councilmember Brooks Powers on Zoom.
Thank you so much, Shirley. Good to see you, Commissioner. I have a few questions on some of my parks. So first and foremost, the capital tracker for parks is severely broken and is never updated. It's extremely frustrating for myself and all my constituents. So Murray Park was found to have severe remediation issues. It's the only dog park and playground in Court Square, and we're still waiting for that park to come online. Can you give us a clear update on when that park is going to come online and when it'll go into construction? Because it's been 4 years.
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember. I appreciate the comments on the capital tracker. I will tell you, first and foremost, we'll have to get back to you specifically on the updates, which we will. We have a very good track record of following up with every request when it comes to these, so we'll happily give you that update. I'll happily look into this myself, but I wanted to tell you with the capital tracker, I hear you. We want to make sure that the information is up to date, but also that is realistic on our timelines. Of course, sometimes we see those timelines slip back for whatever reason, but we'll look into this specifically and make sure that the information is as updated as possible.
Okay, because it's extremely important that that park comes back online and that all the soil is remediated. And next, as part of the One Long Island City rezoning project, the city committed to developing 5 acres of new public open space under the Queensboro Bridge by 2031, including $97.3 million in capital funding. The capital plan states on page 113 that this commitment is funded through 4 different projects with planned commitment dates starting from June 31 to June 33. In correspondence with members of the Parks Planning Team, we have received confirmation that this funding was supposed to begin in FY28 through FY31, so it is severely behind. So the project ID numbers are LIC QNB P2, SEED SEED QBAQ, SEED OSQB, and then SEED QBBP. Can you clarify the start date for the capital funding for new open space under the Queensboro Bridge as promised? And will the funding timeline present any delays in the city's commitment timeline to the completed new open space by 2031, which is what we're assuming because of the dates that you've printed? And do you expect any additional funding it will be needed to complete these projects, given the timeline has been pushed back according to your latest print?
Sure, we'll have to, again, thank you for the specifics. We'll have to get back to you specifically on where those projects stand. However, I will tell you that I was just, and thank you, frankly, let me just also say thank you for your advocacy. I think that additional open space is always really exciting. I know that you fought very hard for this and specifically were really involved. I think that will, to my knowledge, and I was just briefed on this project recently, I have not heard of any delays here, so we'll have to get back to you to be sure of that. Sometimes we get that funding and it's allocated for funding in out years, so that may be when funding is coming to us, but I have not heard to date any sort of delays with these projects. I know that they were very important, they were a big win for you, and we'll continue to give you updates on them.
Okay, and then the city also committed $30 million in renovations to renew Queensbridge Park as part of One LIC rezoning, with design beginning in FY28. And the capital plan states on page 113 that this project is funded with planned commitment dates of June 32. So again, another delay. Far beyond what was promised to us and committed to when we, in writing. In correspondence with members of the Parks Planning Team, we have received confirmation that this funding was supposed to begin in FY28 through to FY32. Project ID SEED-QBRG. Can you clarify the start date for the capital funding to renew Queensbridge Park? And will funding timeline present any delays to the city's commitment timeline to begin design FY28? And do you expect any additional funding to complete this project? Because the speaker, Adrian Adams, the former speaker, has also committed $12 million to this project, and this is extremely vital for the largest public housing community members to have access to this park on time.
I'll interject here just for a moment to clarify. With every financial plan, the agency worked closely with OMB to go through what we call a rationalization exercise, which is when the capital fundings are actually placed in the fiscal year in which they are expected to be registered. So the vast majority of a capital project's budget gets spent down during construction. So therefore, when a project begins, that means it starts design. But then there is the expected design time, the expected procurement time, other additional time. So it is very common, and in fact necessary, that the relevant funds, the bulk of the relevant funds, will be placed in an out year. So it's, as the commissioner, I think, noted at, but just to provide additional clarity, that sort of spreading out of capital funds is extremely common, not specific to those projects whatsoever, happens throughout our capital portfolio.
Okay, great. I just want to make sure that it's on record that the Queensbridge, under the Queensbridge Park, it will be completed by June 2031, and also the Queensbridge Park itself will be completed by, will begin design in FY28 and be completed by 32. So I just want to have that on record, and we'll follow up with you via email to make sure that we are continuing to keep this project accounted for. Thank you so much.
Okay, great. Okay, unfortunately, we lost quorum, so we're going to have to skip ahead to Councilmember Wong, followed by Councilmember Nurse.
Thank you, Chairs. Thank you, Commissioner, for coming. We'll be chatting later on the phone. Yes. My first round of question is regarding the biggest park in my part of Queens, in my district, Juniper Valley Park, particularly the bathrooms and capital project that's involved. Right now, Juniper Valley Park currently has 0 functioning bathrooms. One building is out of service due to an active capital project, and the other closed recently due to unforeseen circumstances, something to do with the sewer line. This park is heavily used by seniors, families, and children, especially during the summer, and we have an upcoming concert in a couple of days, this Thursday, and then we need the bathrooms. Can your agency give this council today a firm completion date for the station house bathroom near the tennis court, because we need it?
Sure.
Yes.
Thank you for your question, and I will just say that we are incredibly proud to be the largest the agency that provides the vast majority of public restroom buildings throughout the entire city, over 700. That's more than there are Starbucks in the city. It's a tremendous responsibility that we take very seriously. So we'll get back to you specifically on the updated date of the restroom project that's going on in your district. But I want to also flag that we can also, I would love to work with you, Councilmember, offline to see about, I'm of course concerned about big gatherings happening in the parks when there's no public restroom building available. We can look at whether like some sort of porta sand situation or something else that could be happen there. Oh, there are already, great. So I know that it sounds like we have some porta sands or some other temporary toilets there. It's not ideal, and it's certainly not the long-term strategy. but we want to make sure that we are also working closely with you to accommodate these big events when they're happening.
That's my next question, because it took me several phone calls to finally get the temporary sanitation facilities. And the answer I was told was the cost of these temporary porta potties are not baked into any capital projects. And how would park attendees go to the bathroom if there's no budget for these porta potties? And in this case, is serious because we have this huge park, and both bathrooms are closed. And first, we ask, only 2 porta potties were provided, and only recently another 2, and we're still asking for more, because in an average concert we have 400 or 500 people going, and 4 porta potties is clearly inadequate. And that's my question: why are porta potties not budgeted in capital projects? Because it makes no sense.
It really, and I appreciate the question, and I'm glad to hear that we're working with your office and we work with others. I was just talking to another council member, I think Aviles, about Porta Sands in her district too, while we have a capital project going on. It's difficult to bake something like that into our contracts. One, because I don't actually know if that's a capital eligible piece to it, but 2, it's not. And then 2, every park project is different. We may have a park where we have one capital project going on where it doesn't require it because there's another there's another public restroom building in that park, so they would be able to find the bathroom elsewhere. While some we think are going to be handled in the wintertime, where we think it can handle it, versus others where, unfortunately, at Juniper Park you have kind of unfortunately all the bathrooms are down at one time. So it's difficult for us to predict, and it's also not capitally eligible. So it's unfortunately not something that we're able to do. But I will say that we are very sensitive towards wanting to make sure that even when these capital projects are happening, that communities are still able to use their parks. So in the cases like this, I'm very happy to hear that we're providing those temporary public bathrooms as not the ideal situation, but at least there's something there.
Okay, so we'll talk later about this,
Definitely.
and there's some other issues that
No
I
problem.
need to resolve with you. Thank you, Chair.
Great, thank you. And next we have Councilmember Nurse, and then the chair will be asking Councilmember Brooks Powers questions.
Thank you. I'm going to talk about my district parks because that's what we do at parks hearings. But I want to say Highland Park, amazing. Thank you. I always love the maintenance and attention given there. Tiger Playground, great. I have no issues. My issues are at Irving Playground, and Irving Square Park, and Bushwick Playground behind Bushwick Campus. And that is where I need, at least for Bushwick Campus, extraordinary attention this summer for enforcement. I've done years of walkthroughs. There's 1,000 emails to you all. You all know about this area. Last summer we had a couple stabbings. It was really bad. All the time. It was a source of nonstop complaints. And Bushwood Campus, that park, we really need attention this year. So I don't know how many PEP officers you have in Brooklyn. Every time I call and ask, there's like only 12 in the whole borough or whatever. I don't know where we're at now, but we do need extraordinary attention this summer. I'm only asking for one park to have attention, and it is that park. The 83rd does what they can for it, but we really need attention there. With Irving, it's less about enforcement, but I do often see a lot of our volunteers pushing non-electric mowers to mow the grass. I mean, it would be great if we could get the grass cut on time. I don't know if there's a schedule, but I hate to see that. I mean, I love people doing their part, but I don't want these folks having to mow the grass in our little park. And then we have a bathroom there now, so I'd love to talk with you all about a playground associate there, and also making sure that that bathroom is stocked on a regular basis, because we've gotten a lot of complaints about that.
Yeah, thank you so much, Councilmember. Let me just, thank you so much for your comments. I really appreciate it. We can certainly look at Bushwick and Irving. I wrote those down. I just want to clarify that for our PEP staffing, we have 53 staff members that are baseline for Brooklyn, 53 in the Bronx, 53 in Manhattan, 53 in Queens, 32 in Staten Island. Again, that's for the entire borough. So
How many are assigned to North Brooklyn?
I would have to get back to you.
Yeah, I would love to. Every time I call, it's like we only have 5 people on. I just can never get anybody there.
Yeah.
I'm always call the precinct, and the precinct's busy. You know.
Absolutely, and I will say also that I know that it has a very different feeling as well when it comes to also we see our PEP officers that are then at our pools and at our beaches, and so they do cover a lot of ground, and we're very proud of every single one of them. You had mentioned in terms of bathrooms and mowing, so I wanted to
just
mention
getting the
those
grass
too.
cut.
Yeah, so certainly while we do have a regular schedule, I'll look to our first deputy commissioner to share a little bit more about that regular schedule of grass cutting. If there's anything in particular that we're not seeing, we appreciate your feedback on that.
I always let the Brooklyn commissioner know when it's time, but it would be nice to not have to do that.
Yep. And then for the bathrooms, I'll ask our first deputy commissioner also to speak on this, but we do monitor everything from soap to toilet paper to working fixtures in our public restroom building. So we will certainly look at this because it would be coming up. We monitor this on a regular basis, and we're happy to have the first deputy commissioner speak more to this.
Councilmember, the site should be mown on a 2-week cycle.
Okay.
So we'll look into it. We track the data. I can look at a dashboard. As the commissioner said, our public restrooms, we have 3 touch points a day at every one of our public restrooms because we unlock them in the morning, check to make sure they're stocked. They're cleaned at least once a day, if not more times, and then obviously at the end of the day we close them. So there's a minimum of 3 touch points. So there may be any moment in time when we may have gone in stocked and it happens regularly.
No, I understand. Sometimes you go in there and clean it an hour later. It doesn't look like that. I get it. I'm advocating for attention there. There have been many nights we've had events there. We've let parks know, hey, we're going to have an event there. Can you make sure the bathroom's open? Make sure it's stocked. It's not open. It's not stocked. We got to chase people for an hour. It's just like some like baseline of maintenance. I think would be, especially when we proactively let you know about certain things going on in the park. We'd really love just some attention this summer because I don't really ask much for parks, just those 2. Thank you.
Thanks.
All right, I'm just gonna, you can put the timer on. I'm gonna ask questions on behalf of Councilmember Brooks Powers, who's online. The executive plan includes a baseline increase of about $121,000 of city funding beginning in FY26 for lifeguards covered by the Additional Compensation Fund, CBA. How many vacant lifeguarding positions remain across New York City? And if you can just answer, in a concise
Yeah, very
way.
quickly. Okay, so we are funded for 1,400 lifeguards. We have said that was pre-pandemic. Our height, we last year were at 1,100, a little less than 1,100. We won't have our final numbers until later on this July. Things are looking very good. We're very optimistic about hitting a higher number than we were at last year. At this point in time last year compared to now, we are at higher numbers. So we'll be able to fully answer that and give kind of our full numbers by the 4th of July.
Thank you. With this baseline increase, does Parks intend to increase the number of staffed lifeguards?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that question?
With this baseline increase, does Parks intend to increase the number of staff lifeguards?
No, yeah, sorry, I believe it was a collective bargaining, sort of essentially a pay increase, so not a head count change.
Given the recent drowning deaths on Rockaway Beach, how does the Parks Department intend to prioritize lifeguard staffing for the Rockaway Peninsula this summer?
Sure. Let me just say before I pass it over to our first deputy commissioner who oversees the lifeguard division that we are incredibly sad to see this the drowning that happened at Rockaways. I want to thank the NYPD and FDNY and emergency management, and of course our lifeguards who are all there and looking into this further. I just want to use this as an opportunity because I have yet to say it, but I want to just ask all of our elected officials help in reminding everyone that it is only safe to swim in our water when there's a lifeguard sitting in a chair, when they're saying that it is okay to swim. Otherwise, you should not be in the water. It is incredibly important to remember this as kind of a simple rule of thumb. When it comes to our overall water safety plan, this is something that has been truly kind of honed in over years of experience, over years of working with colleagues and looking at other operations across the country. Truly, we believe in our water safety plans. We believe in our water safety protocol. We are looking to again follow through on our lifeguard plan that we had last year, and it was tremendously successful. But I'll look to our First Deputy Commissioner to give more details.
Councilmember, as I mentioned earlier, as of today, we have 153 lifeguards at Rockaways, which is more than twice the next closest beach, which is 70 at Coney Island. We traditionally staff of all of our beach lifeguards, which is about 600 when we're at our peak. Over 55% of them go to the Rockaways. 45% cover our other 7 beaches. So the majority of our lifeguards always go to the Rockaways.
Thank you. How much funding does Parks Department have allocated for the Trees and Sidewalks program to repair severe sidewalk damage caused by root growth? We have heard from constituents that the wait time for this program takes years. What is the agency doing to expedite this service?
Yes, thank you so much. We do have a program that is kind of deals with trees and sidewalks concerns for qualifying applicants. The funding is $13 million, which allows us to repair approximately 1,300 sites per year.
Are you planning to explore the implementation of an emergency system along Rockaway Beach?
You know, we have had a lot of conversations about this. We are always interested in looking at additional ways to get emergency alerts out there to increase water safety. Rockaway Beach is particularly difficult because there's not, to our knowledge, a system that can allow for the 5+ miles of boardwalk to receive that notification system through the PA system that has been discussed. We're happy to continue to look at this. We do have an audio system at Orchard Beach, which is much smaller. So if there is a system out there that can provide this, we're happy to continue to look into it. Rockaway Beach is a very large beach in order to cover all of that. So always interested in additional notification systems. It's just the size of it is really difficult to find a system that can work. I'll let our First Deputy Commissioner add more to that.
I would just note that we're always push notifications out through NYC Notify for folks that subscribe to that. We really emphasize that frequent beachgoers, particularly folks in the Rockaways, should subscribe to NYC Notify. And also, as you're aware, we're purchasing new emergency response vehicles specifically for our lifeguards to use on the sand to respond to emergencies.
Thank you. Final question. This is from Councilmember Chanel Thomas Henry. The executive plan includes an additional $1.7 million for 200 additional seasonal positions due to the World Cup. The Queens Fan Fest is in her district in Flushing Meadows, Corona Park. How many of those positions are for this event in particular, and is any effort being made to hire locally for those positions?
So we're very excited about and grateful for the 200 positions that we'll be able to bring on board as of the start of the fiscal year. I think that they are truly, we always use, when it comes to deploying staff, a data-driven approach towards looking out for our sites that are most in need and we know are going to be hotspots. So we'll continue to be in communication around where those staff go to, but I want to just say a huge thank you to the administration and OMB for understanding that our parks are where everybody is going to be this summer. It is going to be an incredibly busy summer in our parks. It always is, but a lot of the best viewing locations are going to be in our park system, and we'll be continuing to be in close communication with NYSEM and others about where we expect to see the largest crowds.
Thank you, Commissioner. I'm sorry, there was one more
That's
question, final question from Councilmember Brooks Powers, and I'm going to turn it over. On May 12th, the councilmember sent a letter to the Parks Department regarding compliance with Local Law 132 of 2023. The law requires the city to survey city-owned property that may be suitable for the construction of new public swimming pools and release survey results by October 1st, 2025. Despite repeated outreach by the Council's Compliance Division to DPR, DOE, and City Hall, the Council still has not received any report, nor has the administration told the Council which agency will be responsible for the implementation of Councilmember Brooks Powers' sponsored local law. Can the agency please provide an update on the compliance with this law?
Yes, thank you for the question. My recollection is that the bill as passed required the mayor's office to designate an entity to lead the effort. We're going to have to circle back to mayor's office and get an update. My understanding is an entity to this point in time had not been identified.
Okay, great. And next we have Councilmember Krishnan before we go to round 2.
Thank you, chairs, and good to see you, Commissioner and team, as always, and all the parks advocates here. I just had a couple quick questions to follow up on some points that were already discussed. But my first one is, it is concerning to see the underfunding of PEP officers in the budget so far. And I just want to get an understanding. So normally we have 300 PEP officers, which we know not enough for the whole city, 60 per borough. As of right now, with the executive budget, only 200 have been funded, and we in the council are pushing for another 100 on top of that. Is that right?
Your numbers are almost there. So 354 officers total. That's including 100 of our one-shot officers. So in the case where, which we hope would not happen, but in the case where we would not get that one-shot funding, either baselined or in one shot, then we would lose those 100 lines. But currently, I think the discussion has been whether or not those 354, those 100 officers could be baselined fully into our ranks. And then, of course, we would, of course, always welcome additional PEP officers through new one-shot.
Right, okay. And so right now, those 100, so those are, obviously officers right now who are funded, their positions are funded only through June 30th of this year, correct?
Yes.
And then without a one-shot or without them being baselined, their positions would not exist after July 1st, right? I mean, I know parks will make every other effort to find other places for them, but I just want to get an understanding of what that would mean for PEP starting July 1st.
Sure. I mean, that's with every single one-shot position. We are only funded through the fiscal year, and after that, there's no more funding.
Yeah. I mean, obviously, the first and foremost, and I've always said this too, the parks budget is such fundamentally a workers' budget. I know they are all, as workers, very concerned about their positions. What have the conversations been like, to the best that you can share, with City Hall and OMB? Because with all that's going on in our parks this summer, and you're hearing it from everyone too, whether it's the World Cup, whether it's NBA Finals and other park celebrations and things like that, it is concerning that we haven't been able to get the PEP officer count much higher. And so, what have the conversations been with City Hall and the OMB so far, and how does Parks plan to adequately staff the parks across the borough when there's basically at best 60 officers per borough?
Yeah, thank you for your question. Our conversations have been pretty robust and ongoing and overwhelmingly positive, I'd say. I believe that this administration understands the impact that our PEP officers bring. I'm very grateful for the advocacy of the council, yourself, of course, included, and many parkies know how much you fought for us, and so we are grateful to you. I think that we also understand that it is our absolute goal to serve our city regardless of the actual number of resources. So whether it be with our current ranks now, or unfortunately in a situation where we would have fewer staff, we will continue to meet the mission that we have. I would say overwhelmingly, this administration understands the absolute incredible impact that parks have and the vital role that we play in creating an affordable city, an affordable future for our city, and I'm very proud to continue to uphold that.
Thank you, and look forward. Thank you for your kind words. I'm also looking forward to working with you all and City Hall to make sure we get that number to where it needs to be. And then just the hiring freeze. In the preliminary budget time, we talked about the hiring freeze. What is the status of lifting that hiring freeze at this point? How is that looking so far? And what more can you comment on?
Yeah, very good. I mean, honestly, we were, as many other agencies I'm sure will say, we're very excited about having the 2-for-1 kind of freeze lifted and having the ability to actually fill the vacancy spots that we have when they become available. I'm very grateful to OMB. We had a lot of conversations about the 40 positions that were kind of vacancies in our ranks, and are very much looking forward to being able to, right now we're pretty much full, but we also see on any given month, just through nature of attrition and retirements and things like that. We see empty seats come up across the agency, and it is very exciting to think about a world in which we get to hire for those seats.
Great, glad to hear it. And then just concluding by just saying, I'm glad to hear the progress on the lifeguard issue. There's a big crisis, a lot more to do on that. Any ways that we can work together to keep increasing the lifeguard count. One of the things that I've been focused on, and we can talk more about it, later too, is not only fully staffing our pools and beaches, but I also feel like our pool and beach season is too short given how warm it's getting earlier in the year, how warm it stays later in the year, and it would really help a lot if we can extend pool and beach season. And I think also will improve water safety because you'd have lifeguard staffing at times when it's hot and people want to swim, where right now the beaches are closed. So I hope it's a conversation we can continue having to find a way to staff up and then also look at expanding pool and beach season.
Sure, I appreciate it. It comes up a lot, and thank you so much. I would happily continue to have conversations around it. I will point out that this particular summer is going to be our longest beach season ever. It'll be, I think it's 4 full months, 16 weeks of open beaches. It is a lot. I also, a part of our regrowing our lifeguard ranks has also included, we rely heavily on a kind of college and young person workforce that is only available when school gets out. And so a lot of these factors kind of definitely factor into, and of course our training, which starts in February to train new lifeguards and to bring them on board. So it is a system that I don't think a lot of people, of course, Councilmember, you know this very well, and we're grateful for that. But when we talk about making shifts to that season, we really are talking about making shifts to essentially 6 months of our operation, because that's how long it takes to really roll this out. But of course, I've particularly loved in my first few months better understanding and learning all about our beaches. It is an insanely complex operation that I am so proud of our team for currently doing. So I'm always happy to talk about ways that we can get more people to the water safely and keep everybody safe in our public realm in total.
Absolutely, and expand that pipeline too, as you're saying. Well, thank you for your work. Thank you for your leadership, and looking forward to our continued work together. Thank you, chairs.
Great. And then we are going to, actually, I'm just going to kick it off to Chair Hankerson for round 2.
Okay, we're going to go on round 2. I'm going to somewhat speed through this. As they say in church, the time is well spent. So let's see if we can get through this quickly. As I am sure you know, I've been incredibly vocal about my belief that equal work should result in equal pay. This came up when I raised the issue of park staff being paid less than sanitation staff for clearing snow during the series of blizzards that we saw earlier this year. It is entirely unacceptable that our park staff not only had to sleep in rec centers, but were also not paid in parity with other city agencies. Will the Parks Department support pay parity with sanitation workers that performed the same work but received greater pay? This is an issue of fairness for equal work for equal pay.
Yeah, thank you for your question, and thank you for your advocacy. I absolutely am always on board with all of my staff getting paid more money and getting recognized for the incredibly difficult work. I will just point out that during the snowstorm that we had was, I think, day -1 or -2 for me, but it was right at the beginning in February. It was tremendous, and I talked about it before, but it's worth repeating. Hundreds of our staff working alongside DSNY, thousands of our staff going out and clearing our perimeter sidewalks. I'm incredibly proud of the job that our park staff do 365 days a year, but really on those snowstorms, they really showed up, and I'm very proud of them. When it comes to their salary, that is something that is negotiated by and large by the city and by our brothers and sisters in labor, and so, of course, we're always happy to, but this is something that, when it comes to their specific titles, and we'll just flag that there are different titles involved in those who are doing the clearing, that's all negotiated beyond kind of the Parks Department and really with labor and the city.
Kind of had a feeling you were going to say that. So, will Parks support pay equity in the next round of contract negotiations?
I don't know sanitation numbers, but I'm thrilled to champion additional funding for our workers.
I appreciate that. Additionally, Parks had to move $3.7 million in this plan to cover the cost of snow removal over time since it was not previously included in the budget. Will Parks add a snow removal overtime budget in the future to better prepare for potential snowstorms?
So I think that this is one where we're happy to, I'm very grateful to OMB because they also recognize Parks' role in this. It was a very exciting conversation to hear that we were going to receive additional funding and recognition for the overtime that was spent in that snowstorm, whether it be through a different line or working directly with OMB. I'm not sure if there's that much difference there as long as we are continuing to get support from our city in terms of our response to those snowstorms, which I'm extremely grateful that we did receive.
So would Parks be willing to change its budget for snow removal and preparation similar to how DSNY changes their future snow budget based on previous expenses?
I think, I mean, our budget is, in terms of like our overtime, we will be using all of our overtime budget. There's no question about it. We'll likely be going over that and be working with OMB to correct this. This is not something where we are, you know, necessarily like saving some and then spending less later, because ultimately we know that people are using our parks every season, and so we'll have our staff out every season. You know, again, I'm always happy to, I will just say here that the conversations that we've been having with the city, with the administration, and with OMB have been extraordinarily promising when it comes to their support of our overtime in the snowstorm, and their continued support now, I think, as seen in this budget, around the staff needed to respond to the needs, to what we expect to be increased usage of our parks this summer.
I'm going to jump to the Deputy Speaker really quickly before I continue my questions.
Sure.
Doctor?
Thank you so much, Chair. Just a few questions on the racial equity plans, and I really want to thank our central staff for preparing these questions. We're excited about the racial equity plans and its use in these budget hearings. So one of the goals of the Parks Department and the prelim racial equity plan is to establish human capital practices that support and accelerate equitable hiring and staffing in close collaboration with senior leadership. This is listed as a medium-term goal to be completed in 2028. Under Section 1C, it states that identifying race and ethnicity is optional in a footnote. Can you please explain how demographic analysis focusing on race can be done if identifying race and ethnicity is optional?
Yeah, thank you so much for your question, Deputy Speaker. So we have, the way that we are gathering this data is through our DEIB office that does an annual survey. In that annual survey of our employees, we do give them the option of identifying based on their race, and they can identify or they can't, and that's what we're reporting on. So is that what your question is referring to? I'm sorry if I'm misunderstanding it.
Essentially, like you all established this goal around equitable hiring, but it's not a requirement for people to identify their race. So we're just trying to understand.
In addition to
how can you have an analysis?
If I can just, quickly clarify. In addition to the survey, the DEIB, there's also every city employee, through employee self-service, the sort of employee portal. There's again, it is voluntary, it is self-reported, but that data is also available through that mode as well. And then the percentage is actually only about 93% of Parks employees do report. So there actually is we would argue, a pretty healthy base of data to assess from, which informs the goal there.
Yeah, and I think also looking at actual title. So there have been many reports about various positions in city government, like typically, unfortunately, like lower wage titles tend to be Black and brown people. Senior level executive positions tend to be white people. So I just, want to understand how you guys are like doing that analysis and making sure that the Parks Department is equitable from the top to the bottom.
Absolutely. So this is something that's very near and dear to my heart. I frankly don't believe that I would be in the position that I'm in now without people believing that people who look like me and people who come from my background were able to be in these roles, and so I take it really seriously. I saw too, and was very happy to see our racial equity plan, but I saw too that we are going to start to disaggregate this data and start to break it down by title. We have a lot of titles. We have a wide range of workers in our agency, but I am very much looking forward to building this in, because I do believe it's not just about those entry-level jobs. We have to be building pipelines. We have to be building ways to elevate workers of every background, and so I'm looking forward to digging into this further.
And then why will the review of the demographic data take almost 2 years?
You know, again, this is where I'm hoping that we can deliver something sooner than that. But certainly we do have a lot of titles. We have a lot of different, and we're looking at, again, then the breakdown of who's reporting this data. We're doing this on an annual basis, but I would love to see if we can speed this up.
Do you have any insight on any areas of significant disparities of race or gender within the agency?
I mean, I only have right now our agency-wide numbers, and I don't think it's. I'm happy to share a little bit of that data if you'd like.
And any current demographic breakdown of the agency.
Sure. So I'd say that. So based on our last DEIB annual report, we have 33% of our agency is identifies as African American, 28% Hispanic, 23% white, 6% Asian American, 7% did not disclose, and then we have a breakdown of 63% male, 36% female. We also, I think I think the Commission on Racial Equity just put out scores for every agency, and I saw that we ranked 66 out of 72. It's a good thing, because 72 I think is the best you can be in this case, and so. Yeah, I'd say that, again, it's all based then, I think we need to dive deeper down into this data to look at the specific titles and the specific roles. I would love to see abilities for growth and professional development and growth and promotion in every kind of title that we have. So we'll love to work with you closer on this and bring you back additional information.
Yeah, I would love to also know, like, out of that breakdown, again, like job function, like the demographical data by job function as well.
Yeah.
So where are the, like, pretty much 50% of Black and Latino workers, like what type of position and titles do they have within the agency?
Mm-hmm.
Where are, like, the 6% of, like, Asian employees, like where are they working?
Sure, and we'll happily give you that information as we continue to compile it.
Thank you.
Just out of curiosity, I guess, continuing in the line of questioning, are there pathways to promotion in the department? And if so, what are they?
Absolutely. I mean, I think I'm going to ask our Deputy Commissioner, Margaret Nelson, to come up too. And between our first Deputy Commissioner and our Deputy Commissioner, who represent some of our biggest units within the agency, I'm sure that they can talk about it. So, Margaret, come on up. But let me just say that some of our, Iris Rodriguez Rosa was well known within this agency. She started, I believe, as a recreation specialist and has worked her way up. You talk to a lot of parkies who have been around for 30 to 40 years, and a lot of the time that's been the upward trajectory for many people to find those pathways for promotion. We do see, with our Playground Associates program, which is really a very tough but very exciting job, you see that you get a lot of on-the-ground experience working with the public, working with kids, and you oftentimes see those Playground Associates, which are seasonal jobs, getting turned into full-time recreation staff. And
not to cut you off, but I think we appreciate that, but I think to the Deputy Speaker's line of questioning, I think it leans more towards not those who may have worked their way up, but those who are being hired at executive and management levels from the start. And so I would be interested in the data that you provide to her as well. Sorry.
Sure. Sorry. Those who end up in leadership.
Yes.
Yes, no problem. And not to be super dramatic about this, but even looking at the staff who are here, I know have worked their way up in the agency and under different commissioners and have served different roles, kind of moving their way up. So there is definitely that culture at Parks. But I also want to say to the Deputy Speaker's points that I truly believe that we should and can be doing more. I think that pipelines, particularly for underrepresented underrepresented workers, be them workers of color or women, particularly in a male-dominated agency like that is mine, is extremely important to name outright and to think about fully. I think that we should be looking at this data as closely as we can, and I'm quite frankly very proud of the 93% reporting rate. There's always an opportunity for someone not to identify. I think I myself have opted not to identify sometimes when I take those types of surveys, but I think that still 93% is a good enough number to know with some assurity that the data that we're looking at is showing some truth. And I'm very eager to continue to look at this. I take it really seriously.
Thank you.
I'll let, go ahead.
Sorry, and just really quickly, just for context, just as a reminder that like promotional opportunities also exist in sort of the ecosystem of the civil service system, right? So there are exams and promotional opportunities. So it's a very important overlay, right? That these promotions aren't necessarily, done at an individual discretion.
Absolutely, and I understand that. But when I say pathways, I'm referring to, are there programs to assist folks? Or, for instance, the NYPD recently had a panel, for Black and brown officers who are looking to get promoted. And so that's what I mean when I say pathway. So, but I do appreciate that answer.
Yeah, and we do have, so there's a lot of people who want to talk about this just because we have a lot to say about this topic, which is very good. So I'm going to look to Margaret really quick to share a little bit more about that promotional track. And then we also have Joy Wang on our team who can speak a little bit more to, we have apprenticeships and internships and other, we have a Parks Academy that helps with other, professional development skills. There's a lot here that we do, and we are very enthusiastic about.
I'd love to continue that conversation, but we only have 5 minutes.
Okay, so then I'll just say that we have Pathway, we have apprenticeships, we have internships, we have Parks Academy, we have professional development trainings. We have our own group of rising stars that we want to see promoted higher, and we develop them with additional kind of training and being part of another group that we're investing them within a year. Go ahead, Margaret, and share a little bit more about recreation. Go ahead.
Yeah, sure. I mean, recreation and PEP. I think for PEP, we hire seasonal CSA officers who are out in the summer with our beaches and pools. Sometimes, and we also have year-round CSAs. Often we pull from them to become permanent PEP officers, and then they go through the academy training and become peace officers, so that's one of the pipelines. I will say, even though we're working hard to reduce attrition for our PEP officers, and we want to keep them in PEP. When they leave, sometimes they're not necessarily leaving to go to other law enforcement. They're staying within our agency and going to other divisions. So you'll see a lot of PEP people who started out in the PEP division who are in other divisions of our agency and moving up in the agency. So again, given that we're a large agency, it's really nice to see people kind of move around in the agency and work their way up that way. And then obviously in recreation, when we hire seasonally for our PAs or our summer camps, that is a good pipeline into year-round work, and then moving up, recreation specialists, and they come a deputy center manager, the center manager, then borough recreation. And again, we have people who start out in recreation and maybe move over to the M&O division, with their skill set in recreation, and again, stay in the agency but move around to other positions.
Thank you. I'm going to try and combine these last 2 or 3 questions. The executive plan includes $11 million in additional revenue from a park concession expansion. The council's preliminary budget response included a proposal to expand parks concessions to generate additional revenue. How many concessions are currently operated in New York City parks? Can you please explain how Parks plans to collect this additional revenue? And does the agency have any plans to expand the number of concessions in parks?
So we have around 400 concessions in our parks, and they really have the wide range. It is everything from ice cream and sandwiches to major circuses and big events to pizza fests and everything in between. We expanded the amount of revenue going into the general fund from this, and in part it is because we already achieved that. We know that this is what our concessions are building in. It's also baked into our contracts with those concessions. We know with a high level of assurity that this is what our concessions will be giving in because it's baked into their contracts. That being said, we are also, I also should have started it out this way, but I want to make sure to be clear about my view on concessions. This is not about monetizing our parks. This is about creating amenities and additional activations that really serve to complement the user experience. As a mom of a 3 and a 6-year-old, I couldn't stay in the park longer if I didn't have the ability to buy a sandwich for my kids, or when I'm stuck in February and it's raining outside, to find as a way to get my kids back into the parks through some sort of concession event is a really special experience to allow me to be in the parks with my family 365 days a year if I wanted to. And so that's really where we're looking at to complement the park system and make sure that we're serving the needs of New Yorkers who want to see a little something extra. And we're really excited about, not only there was a CUF report recently talking about additional revenue building in, and we're really excited to be following up on that. We have, I think, 19 new concessions starting in the next year, and we're very eager to see more of these spaces activated in very creative ways. I also want to point out that one major huge win this year for us, and in true honor, was to open up the Workers' Justice Project Deliveristas Hub, which will be fully operating come June. Which is not, it is technically a concession, but it's a very low income concession that we don't expect to really be generating a ton of money, but really serves our New Yorkers and serves our workforce in a way that I am just so incredibly proud of. So I'm very proud of the entire team. I want to see if David Sterone, if I hopefully didn't misspeak any of that, but I hope that answers your questions here. And David, if I missed anything, please say it, but we're really excited about kind of the future of concessions in our parks.
Did you want to add anything?
You covered it very well, Commissioner.
Oh, great.
I'm here
Okay.
just in case.
So I don't get in trouble, I want to ask this question. As part of the contract that DPR has with the Wildlife Conservation Society, the agency will reimburse the zoos for any revenue shortfalls at the end of the fiscal year when revenues are lower than expenses. The executive plan includes $10 million in FY26 for the zoo funding shortfall. How does this total compare to previous years? Are there any efforts by DPR and/or WCS to increase revenue? And can you provide a breakdown of revenue and expenses at each zoo and aquarium? Actually, don't worry about the last one.
Okay, sure.
Yeah.
So I mean, this is the WCS contract, Wildlife Conservation Society's relationship with DPR is one of the oldest relationships, I think, that we have. I actually think the Arsenal building used to be the part of the zoo way back when. That may be mistaken, but I think we have a very long-standing relationship. And yes, it is. This is like pretty standard across across our budgets. This is what we've had for some time. And actually, I think the agency did notify our council partners that last year they did actually increase the ticket cost a touch. I can say this with a lot of experience, actually, we know that the zoos are a beloved portion of a way to enjoy our parks. It was once time a part of the Parks Department, believe it or not, and we know that our partners at the Wildlife Conservation Society do some incredible work with our public schools, with low-income programming to really make sure that they're as accessible to every New Yorker as possible. It's a point of pride that we're very excited to be close partners here, but that budget piece of the $10 million has not really significantly changed over the past several years, and we are very keenly looking at ways to slightly increase costs, increase revenue, while still making sure that it's accessible as possible to New Yorkers.
Thank you. And my final question, this one is a little off script, since this is both you and I, our first budget in these capacities. My question to you, and I'm going to ask you this probably in 3 years as well, what do you want your legacy to be in this agency?
Thank you. I really want New Yorker. Thank you for the question, and I'll be sure to ask you the same thing after this at some point. I really want New Yorkers to understand the incredible significance of this agency in their lives. I want us to be valued as such. I want New Yorkers to understand that we're not just a place that should come top of mind after Memorial Day weekend and when Labor Day hits. I want I want the entire city and all of our council and our administration and everybody to understand that this is an agency that is full of essential public workers that are really creating excellence in the public realm for free, because everybody deserves a park.
Parks for everyone. Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Chair.
Great, thank you. And I believe that is all for now. And that concludes our second day of budget hearings. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for joining us.